Welcome to interesting. Interesting. So interesting. It's the moment in the dark when a match gets lit. Your brain starts thinking and it just won't quit. It's not loud, it's a whisper that chills the spine, where truth hides deep, hidden by design. Welcome to interesting. Interesting. Interesting, 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 interesting. Not facts, not fiction, it's the realm in between, where answers are still questions and interesting. It's the glitch in the code, the flicker in the stream, the ghost in the machine, the wet to this dream. You feel it in your gut when the silence speaks, in the crack of the mask when the real one peaks. It's the question that lingers, the itch in the brain that says, nah, that ain't right, when they try to explain. Welcome to the interesting. Interesting. Interesting, 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 interesting.
Yeah, they could be saying it, now I'm famous. Sold a movie to Netflix trying to shame us. They took the money while I put you before everything. The worst thing you could say about me is
interesting.
I tasted both cold and cosmos, both north and south. Saw the sun circle while excuses ran out. Always honest and sometimes right, what a sight. I flew to the south and proved it wasn't a night. Flat earth shook, yeah, I watched them cry. Call me a shield cause I watched the sky. Vape gate, drone gate, no shoe print lies. Got the glow proof worth 3 bitcoins, right? I'm a truther who went on a trip right back to facts, but it wasn't what the truthers wanted, so they attacked. From space to scams, from cults to kings. When you put a ripple in the comments cause it's interesting.
Welcome to interesting. Interesting. Interesting, 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 interesting. It ain't about clout or the loudest claim. It's the fire that burns when they forget your name. It's the glimmer in the static, the pulse in the void, the looking in places you're told to avoid. It's the sabi for thunder, the hush before proof. We almost stumble cause that's the path to the truth. It's a lighthouse begging from a coastline, and maybe a distress signal, but only the truth can save me. Welcome to interesting. 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 It's so interesting. It's so interesting. Oh, it's so interesting. Oh, so interesting. It's so interesting. It's so interesting. It's so interesting. Oh, it's so interesting. Oh, so interesting. Even to the show where we keep the truth clean. All I do is welcome you. This is interesting. Welcome to interesting. Interesting. Interesting, 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 interesting. Oh, so interesting. That's so interesting. Interesting. This is interesting. Welcome to interesting. Interesting. Interesting, 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 interesting. Oh, so interesting. That's so interesting. Interesting.
We got 10 seconds until interesting starts. Hopefully you are in your seats. Hopefully you are seated. Hopefully you have your seatbelts buckled and your hands and feet inside the vehicle. If so, welcome. It is time for interesting episode number 5. It's time for Stonehenge. And I'll tell you, this one was a pain in the butt. And I'll explain why here shortly. But what it's starting to look like is that I've realized that I had it backwards. I had everything backwards. I used to think if you were a truther, that it meant that you were somebody who was looking into things, who was researching, who was digging, and that you could not be lazy and be a truther. And I thought that people in the scientific realm, if you will, in the mainstream realm, were people that didn't look into anything. And as such, they were lazy. And I had it backwards. What do you mean, Jaron? Well, I mean that it is starting to look like if you're a truther, what could be more lazy than that? What could be more easy and lazy than saying, Charlie Kirk? Yeah, it's fake. Nope, it didn't happen. It's fake. Right? How long did that take me? Whereas if you actually had to start looking into things, that's going to take you a little bit longer. So we're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about Stonehenge. We do have an after show coming up after the show. It'll be over. How about that? The after show is going to be after the show. Could you have ever guessed that? I doubt it. So if you want to join us for that, I did not load the thumbnail, but I'm going to do it as we speak because I didn't remember. There we go. That's better. So if you want to join me for this. Is that going to work? Does that work? No, still not. I'll turn that one off. There we go. If you want to join me for this, the members only after show, that'll be on the Jeranism channel shortly after this video. And you can jump on and talk to me and tell me what you think about Stonehenge or any other subjects that you like. And we do that on the Jeranism channel for now until I get monetization over here at Interesting or Interestingism, if you will. So what else do we have here to start? We are in the interesting arena. Oh, I got to get rid of that white cord there. That's not very good. But we are in the interesting arena there. There you go. And we are on the beach. So that's good news. That's from the NASA shield check. So thank you, NASA, very much. I will continue to point out your brilliance and NASA going everywhere since 1958, in case you didn't see my latest documentary. No, that's not true. I'm not a big fan of the NASA people. All right, so we've got, that's a little bit weird shaped. Let me fix that too. Let's get rid of this one. Don't know why that is. We will fix it. And there we go. That's better. And that's better. Back to that one. Okay, so we do have something I want to start out with, which is just from the interesting files. If you will give me that luxury. And let me just write this down so I don't forget something. Okay, what do I want to talk about? Well, I want to start with just pointing out that if you are still a flat earther, or if you still find David Weiss in any way credible, he is not. Okay, hate to tell you, I hate to be the one to break it to you. He is not credible at all. And I'm going to show you a video. I started thinking the other day, I think I assume everybody has seen like stuff that I've seen. And I'm like, you know, maybe my audience hasn't seen stuff that Toon puts out or stuff that somebody else might. So I did want to bring that up here and show you, which is hilarious. Because let me tell you the story to start with. I'm sure everybody saw David Weiss flip out. We're going to actually just watch it for a second here. Did you see David Weiss flip out? Now, is it on his channel? I don't know that one. We'll just go to... we'll go to Toon's channel. He has it on his. And I want to show you this. Oh, there it was right there. Dave obviously has lost his mind now. And I have found a... Oh, wait. Now I can't remember the word. Oh, yeah. Mythomania? Mythomaniac? Is that right? M-Y-T-H, mythomaniac. I want to see if that's the right word. There is it. A mythomaniac is a person who has a psychological disorder called mythomania, or pathological lying, characterized as a compulsive and habitual tendency to lie, exaggerate, and fabricate stories, even without apparent benefit. Dave Weiss is very guilty of this. In fact, he believes his own lies to the point where he now thinks that they're the truth. And even when people supply receipts and evidence, he's a little bit unable to rectify that. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. If we go to this video that Toon did the other night, and first thing that came out is I saw Dave Weiss losing his mind on these guys over at Vlad's channel, or at Vika's channel. And maybe in some cases rightfully so. In some cases rightfully so. They've kind of slacked off of him. But let's watch this just for a second and see where we're at here. Oops, that's not going to work. That one is not going to work. And that one will work fine. There we go. Let's play this for a second.
Right? This isn't even a Christian thing. This is a Jewish thing. This is an all Abrahamic religion.
You know, Austin and I disagree. I think they faked the fucking sun in Antarctica. You guys think
language,
they faked
by the way,
all of
language.
Antarctica, which is even fucking crazier than what I'm thinking, right? You guys are fucking making assumptions and just putting them out there like fucking facts. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
I just want
Good
to
guy,
calm
Dave.
down, Dave.
Relax,
Fuck you guys.
Dave. Relax.
Fuck you guys.
Dave has finally lost it. It's finally boiled over.
Relax.
Fuck you guys.
Man, he's out
Fuck
of
you
a-
guys.
Wow.
You guys suck.
Wow.
You guys are the fucking
Oh,
shit.
whoa,
You don't wake
relax,
up anybody.
You guys are the
Okay,
fucking shit, huh?
Dave, you want to hear it before
I'm
you
so
go?
fucking sick of your
Dave,
shit.
Coming up here in a
bro.
second.
Fuck you.
Dave,
And fuck everyone
you
else
want to
on the
listen?
channel
You want to
that
listen?
doesn't
You want to
speak up.
listen in Will Duffy's word? We didn't make this shit up.
Fuck you.
Okay, so he's about to play something from Will Duffy's words. Let's listen to that.
Fuck you, Pika.
We didn't
I
make
don't
this
work with
shit up.
Duffy. You've said in
How
100
many F-bombs is that?
shows that I'm working with Duffy, that I have contracts with Duffy, that I've been doing this forever. I have zero contact with Duffy. You've probably spoken to Duffy more than
Zero contact, he just said, people.
Zero contact.
Zero contact. Oh, dear. I've got receipts. I know Craig reviewed this. I know Whatcast reviewed this. I know other people have reviewed this, but I got something that none of them have coming up.
Dave.
Than me.
Don't let your emotions get the best
All
of
right,
you,
so
brother.
you want to
My
hear it?
emotions are getting
You want to hear it?
because you guys suck.
Oh, yeah, you want to hear it, Dave? Before you go,
let's hear it. Wait, Vicka, bring it. Bring me one fucking fact that you have about this. Go ahead.
Okay,
Bring me
can
a
you be
fact.
quiet for a minute?
Yeah, one second.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Right after being in the final experiment headpiece, the control
Oh, I hate AI voices.
with sketchy people, we know that he met Will Duffy in December of 2023.
Okay, so it says he met Will Duffy in 2023 December. That is true at the Greg Locke and who's the other guy that says Satan went around? Dean Odell debate. And according to Weiss, which I believe, in this case, he says he didn't know Duffy before that, or he didn't know Duffy when he came up to him. He just took a picture with him.
And he was supposed to do a debate with him in January of 2024.
My name is Will Duffy.
Okay, so he just said he was supposed to do a debate with him in January of 2024. Let's keep
I'm
going.
the pastor of Agape Kingdom Fellowship in Colorado. This discussion was originally supposed to be me and Dave White, who is best known as Flat Earth Dave, but I believe he's traveling and couldn't make it. So,
Okay, hey, now let me respond to that.
Okay, he's about to respond to this, and what he's about to say is so opposite of the truth. It's embarrassing.
Let me respond to that.
Oh, listen closely.
You can stop it. I've heard him play it. He played it 3 times already. I've heard it. So Duffy, he set up a debate with me and him that I never heard about, that I never
How many
agreed to.
did you?
It's just a straight lie. I have text messages from Dave saying, Jaron, there's a preacher, there's a pastor. He put out another video, a third video in his installments, and he's talking shit about flat Earth. And I think that he should have a discussion with Austin. He wanted to have a discussion with me, saying Dave, but I'm in Mexico, so I'm going to have you contact the pastor and tell him that you can have him on your show with Austin, and then you can kind of be a moderator, and Austin and him can discuss. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'll reach out to him. And in that text message, he gives me the contact information for Duffy. Okay, that's the first time I've ever heard about Duffy. So this is in January, again, last year. So I reach out to Duffy, and I've got the email or the text message to Duffy basically saying, hey, I hear you want to have a conversation with Austin on my channel. How is this date or this date? He picks one of the dates, says 3 p.m. Pacific is perfect. I said, great, we'll see you then. That's my connection there. So David set it up because it was supposed to be Will and Dave. Then Dave was on vacation, so Dave pawned it off on Austin and I. It's a simple thing. It's not even a big deal. It's a normal happenstance and something that should be just fine. But now Dave is, for whatever reason, trying to fabricate the whole story. Let's listen.
You had, Dave. Can you relax?
No,
How many drinks have you had, Dave?
He must have had a few.
Yeah.
Just completely forget this.
Relax. We can hear you when you talk. All right.
okay.
Go ahead.
Just listen.
Listen.
Duffy set up a debate with me in his own mind.
What? No, you set it up together. And in fact, Toon has the most egregious of receipts about to come up, Dave. You look like a fucking fool.
He presented it to me. I didn't even friggin' respond.
You didn't respond. Then why did you text me? Why did I text Austin?
I was not traveling.
What? You weren't traveling? Why did you tell me you were?
Really?
And I think I might have sent one email saying, don't ever contact me again. I don't
Really?
work with demons. And he even quoted me on one of his podcasts. Go find it. He said that he quoted me calling him a
Dave?
demon, right?
This was, of course, that did happen
Dave. Whoops. Dave, we don't make up lies.
after the people voted for
Okay, so
discussion.
I'm fast forwarding here a little bit. He's showing an email conversation between Duffy and Dave, which is weird because Dave said he's had zero contact with him. Email would be considered one contact, but let's keep going. Oops, I didn't hit play.
Platform. In your last video, you said is the font that
Sorry, I'm keeping going. Now listen to this receipt.
turns out Dave was lying.
Yeah, Dave was lying.
Turns out, but it's worse than that.
Worse than just
It's
lying?
worse than that because
Listen to this.
well, here.
My name is Will Duffy. I'm the pastor of Agape Kingdom Fellowship in Colorado. This discussion was originally supposed to be me and Dave White,
Right.
who is best known as Flat Earth Dave, but I believe he's traveling and couldn't make it.
Correct.
So
Okay, hey, now let me respond to that. Let me respond to that. You can stop it. I've heard you play it. You played it 3 times already. I've heard it.
He's heard it already.
I've heard it. So Duffy, he set up a debate with me and him that I never heard about, that I never
How many
agreed to.
did you have?
He set up a debate with me in his own mind.
In his own mind.
He presented it to me. I didn't even friggin' respond.
What?
I was not traveling.
You were in Mexico.
And I think I might have sent one email. I don't work with demons, so they got in touch with Witsit, right? And so
no, they didn't get in touch with Witsit. You contacted me and told me to get in touch with Duffy and to have him and Witsit have a debate on my channel. Dave, where the fuck is your mind, bro? You don't remember any of this? Dave Weiss might be delusional. He might be having dementia. You know, maybe it's because he sits under that metal thing that shoots electrons into his head, which he tries to sell for $8,000 over the price he paid.
I was traveling and couldn't make it, so I referred with bullshit. None of that.
None of that.
Okay, and then there's this.
What do you mean?
David Weiss, please leave your name and number, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Oh.
Thanks.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press
January
1 for more
10.
options.
Hey Dave, Will Duffy here. Got your email with the invitation to come on with you and Jaron on Jeranism. Happy to do that now. It looks like I'm not in your contacts yet, as it just went straight to voicemail. So feel free to give me a shout back. 720-432-9455. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
So there's Will Duffy leaving a voicemail for Dave.
Well, that's not really
on
communication.
January
Hard to say
10
that.
of 2024.
It doesn't really count. I mean, he just left a message.
Right?
Maybe Dave didn't
and
get
then,
it.
Well, I got this little one.
Well, maybe Dave didn't get the message.
Just listen.
What?
What's up, Will?
How's it going?
It's going great, man.
Awesome. So
you want to have a debate?
I'm not a big debate fan. I'm more of a discussion fan.
Perfect. I like that. I hate debates. Matter of fact, but here's the thing. I can't do it. I'm in Mexico for a couple months, and the
He's
internet
traveling.
here sucks.
But he's traveling.
Jaron's going to host a debate, and Austin Witsit is going to have a discussion and address all of your points. Are you good with that?
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
Super friendly, friendlier than I am.
Yeah, that sounds great. Okay.
Okay. I'll save your number. We'll figure out how's your schedule? Are you kind of wide open?
I'm definitely wide open, but it has to be before the 26th of this month. So it has to be in the next couple weeks.
Oh, perfect. We'll get it done. We'll get it done super fast.
Okay. Sounds good.
I will set it up and we'll get back to you. Someone will text you or I'll text you and figure it out.
Okay. I appreciate it.
You lying
Right,
scumbag.
open discussion. You can teach us something new. Maybe we can teach you something new. All right?
Sounds like a plan.
All right, man. Thanks.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Very strange, Dave, you liar.
There you go. Turns out Dave was lying.
But it's not in my word. Duffy is saying you are supposed to be
Bullshit.
in this debate,
F you.
and you post
But I
Austin
never
there.
heard about the debate. I never agreed to it. I didn't know about it.
But didn't you
Set up a
listen? You didn't listen to the end part, Dave.
heard
He's
it
saying
He's heard it 3 times. He's going to lie about
the
it
last part
regardless.
he's saying if something goes wrong here, the one who is supposed to be blamed is Mr. Dave Weiss.
Because I didn't show up for the debate, so he's there. So he said that. He can say anything he wants.
But who organized that debate? You were saying you didn't have anything to do with other than one.
Not me. I wasn't involved. Let me read you a text message string here. Because what is Dave trying to do? Why lie about this? It doesn't make so. Here's the thing. If he didn't lie about it, then it means that he is going senile. This is not 14 years ago. This is not 8 years ago. This is a year ago, 11 months ago. This is him calling and having a conversation with Duffy. And then from there, he messages me. So remember that Toon just said that was on January 10th. So January 10th at 2:07, did Dave tell me, hey, I just got off the phone with Will? No. He lied to me too. So what happens is because Dave lied to all of us about this setup, he has now only remembered his lie, but not the real truth. So he says here, so this pastor guy, he made a third flat earth killer video, which is literally a joke. You're mentioned in his last one again. He wants to do a Q&A with Austin. I think it would get big ratings on your channel and it would be awesome. He said he's wide open from now until the 26th. So he's literally texting me verbatim the conversation that I never knew he had with Will. I didn't know that. he made it sound like here that he had some sort of, I didn't know, email conversation. I know he said he's wide open until the 26th. The sooner the better. I think it would be a killer show. I said, okay, we also have the 17th going on with Amanda. The following Wednesday, I have another guy who's doing a test in Alaska. What do you mean a Q&A with Austin? Did you tell Austin? Then he says, call me. And then after the call, I called him. And then after that, it says Will Duffy's contact card. So he sent me Will Duffy's contact information. And then my next message is, okay, the 23rd is on with the pastor. So I don't remember the conversation that we had on the phone, but it would have been probably him just saying, hey, there's this pastor. I want you guys to talk to him. And then I looked at the email with the pastor. Where did I say here? And this is my very first communication with Will ever. This is on January 12th. Wait, what's going on here? January 12th. It wouldn't have been the 10th. Hello, it's Jaron from Jeranism. I heard you want to have a back and forth with Austin. I have this. Oh, so it must have been a different date that I wrote back with Dave and said the 20, whatever I said the date. So I said, oops, where are we at here? Sorry, went here. So I said, hello, it's Jaron from Jeranism, and I heard you want to have a back and forth with Austin Whitsitt. I have the 16th or the 23rd available. Either work for you. Maybe around 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern, open to other ideas. Then Duffy writes back, 23rd, 6 p.m. Eastern is perfect. I said, okay, let me confirm with Austin. And I said, okay, Austin just confirmed. I would just need a photo of you, headshot or something for the thumbnail. It'll be my debate show, but it's not really a debate, just a back and forth. You can pick his brain, etc. He put, great. I just emailed you a picture for the thumbnail. Let me know if you got it. I said, yep, I got it. Okay, great. Are we doing Zoom? Yes. So it's just so funny that Dave, because he's trying to, I guess, set up debates, but not really tell us how or that he talked to him, because he never told me he talked to Duffy. In fact, he's telling the story now that he never did. So it's like he's forgotten his own lies to the point where now he's just being called out as a blatant liar, and he is a blatant liar. He's sitting there telling Vika and those guys that he's never had any contact with Will, which is just a joke. He did have contact with him. In fact, he was supposed to have a debate with him and pawned it off on Austin and I. So speaking of interesting, that's very interesting to flat earthers out there. Your Flurf daddy over there has now just crumbled to be a shell of his former self. It's lies, it's misdirection, it's blocking anybody that says anything different. And that all is embarrassing stuff. Let's get to the topic of tonight's show so we can move on. I just wanted to get that out there just to make sure people who maybe haven't seen that, you can check out Toon's show. It was called, I just saw it and now I lost it. It was called Hot Flurf on Flurf Action, Dirt versus Vika. And not a fan myself of Vika either, but Dave just lost his mind and starts cursing people out and then lying, saying he's never had any contact and that's a lie and that Duffy set it up in his own mind. How embarrassing when you tell somebody that somebody set something up in their own mind. I had nothing to do with it. And then that person has your phone call recorded. Womp, 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 womp. Boom. Unbelievable, Dave. Unbelievable indeed. Let me check the chat. I don't have the chat open. I'm going to open it up. I forgot to say hello to everybody. Hopefully you guys are well. Hopefully you guys can tell me. I want to hear if you've got any issues with Stonehenge yourselves. Or do you all find it completely and totally credible in every way? That is the question. Anybody have any issues with Stonehenge to start out? And if you do, I want you to come on to the after show. And yeah, exactly. Mela Briella says, lying is like breathing for him. I'm just realizing this now. In fact, I didn't even realize the connection with this idea of pathological lying. It's also delusional thinking, right? It's when you believe your own lies. It's when you've gone that far. To where now I'm starting to think, well, Dave just believes his own lies. He's been told these lies. He's telling these lies so often that it's become what is real to him. And that's scary because that means you've lost your mind. Dave's new shirt should say, you're not stupid. I'm just really stupid. Craig, somebody's going to make that. Somebody's on that. I guarantee you. No one is surprised. Yeah. Well, let me tell you, I am. I am surprised because I did not see some of these things. And, maybe it's my own blindness, my own nonsense. But now looking back, it's like there's so many instances where people need to have been able to see that this is not an honest endeavor from some of these people. And so if it's not an honest endeavor, then what do you think you're a part of? Dave, here's another thing Dave said. I want you to hear. I'm not going to play it, but I just want to tell you about it. So he says that he used to say, so get this, he used to say the 24-hour sun was proof of a globe, but he was wrong. So he says. So he says, I used to say the 24-hour sun was proof of the globe, and I was wrong about that. Okay. So he's at least admitting that he's wrong occasionally, which should tell him that he should look at all the things he thinks he's right about. But he says he's wrong about that. Then he says that they faked the sun in Antarctica. The sun that I saw circle my head for 4 days was faked. But hold on a second. I thought that 24-hour sun proof, I thought 24-hour sun was not proof of the globe. So he said he used to think that a 24-hour sun was proof of the globe. He was wrong about that. Followed by, they faked the sun in Antarctica. So Dave, did they fake the sun for what reason? If it's not proof of the globe, why would anybody fake the sun? Now I'm very confused as what your position is. What is your position? That the 24-hour sun does not prove the globe, or that they faked the sun? Because I'm guessing as of now, your opinion must be that they faked the sun that doesn't prove anything. Is that what your position is, or you just lost your mind completely? So if anybody knows any friends of Dave's, because he's blocked me on everything, so I can't tell him, hey, Dave, you might want to go to a doctor and get your cognitive abilities checked, because you are now lying to a gross point that not only do I have the receipts of the text messages between you and I, but I'm going to have the receipts from the text messages between me and Will. And I'm going to have the text messages receipts between me and Austin. So, and Will has a recorded phone call and the email. So how did you expect to get away with this lie? What did you think? It doesn't even make sense. So the only thing that can be the truth is that he has convinced himself of his other version of events, that he thinks that the other version that he's telling himself in his head is true. Now, I haven't heard since this has come out. Does he have an answer to this? I'm assuming he's going to have to say now, oh, I didn't remember that. Oh, I didn't know that that's what you're talking about. That's the only answer. There's no other answer. My children's mother is exactly how you just described. Scary. Scary indeed, because those people are, I was going to call them schizophrenic. It's not the right word. And I looked it up trying to figure out what the word is, and I kept finding pathological liar. I think there should be another word for it. And I guess it is mythomania, which is it doesn't even sound like the right word either. I don't want, mythomaniac. That's somebody who convinces themselves of their own lies and lives in that false reality. So I do think that this is why, and again, when you do have that kind of mentality, well, if somebody like me goes to Antarctica and I come back, you have two choices as Dave. Either one, everything he's been saying is wrong and he has to go through all of his lies and he has to tell everybody he's sorry and he has to forgive everybody and forget everybody that he's told all these lies to and that he's lying to children in high schools and you name it. Or two, Jaren's compromised and was paid off and they faked the sun. So which one's easier? So again, this is evidence that truthers are lazy. They're going to do the laziest thing possible. When your options are apologize to everybody you've ever told all these things to, apologize for lying, apologize for being wrong, or just say Jaren is compromised and a sellout, well, you're going to go with the easiest one because you're lazy. So how do I also know that truthers are lazy and flat earthers are lazy? Why has nothing come out? Why has nothing new come out in forever? Right? All the stuff that was coming out with research and things that were being uncovered and things from older books and things were all coming out at the beginning of Flat Earth or for the first, say, 4 or 5 years. And then it just kind of stopped. It kind of became stagnant. And now what do? You just get live streams of these guys yelling and calling everybody that they know is compromised. Everybody's a liar. Everybody's working on the controlled opposition. Some people are, they just are now making blanket accusations of people that require zero effort, no work at all, no thought process. Whereas the other people are actually putting in the time and effort to do their own research. Again, I've talked about it before. Do your own research, I now realize, is a trick, right? When you say do your own research, what you're trying to tell people is what I'm saying is so true that I'm so confident about it that if you go do your own research, you'll find the same thing I do. But after a while, these guys can get away with saying that even when it's not true what they've just said, because they must know truthers are not going to go do that. They're going to be lazy and they're going to say, okay, Dave says that this and I could do my own research. That's what I love about Dave. He says, do your own research. So I know he's telling the truth. Do you understand the problem here? The scary directions that people are heading into. And here's, it's so sad to see. Again, you have all these people that told everybody, hey, you're being indoctrinated and lied to by the mainstream. You're being indoctrinated in schools to this globe belief. You're being indoctrinated by the mainstream, indoctrinated by Hollywood, indoctrinated in music. And while some of that may be true, what is definitely true, what is now fact, is that you are being lied to and manipulated by flat earthers. That is now fact. So while you may be told that you're being lied to about by the school, well, As far as it goes, as far as the earth being a sphere, you're not being lied to as far as that goes. And so what's scary is that now the indoctrination, now the lying to children is being done by the very side that you've joined. And that's very scary. Do what I did. Realize it. Come to grips with it. Get the fuck out. Get out now. Stop allowing this to continue. You are, being responsible for it the longer you stay in there. Jaron, are you saying you were responsible for it for 10 years? Absolutely. Absolutely, I was. But all I can do is the very first chance I realize that I'm a part of it is get out. Very first chance I realize that I'm wrong about what I've been talking about, what I've been preaching, what I've been teaching, whatever you want to call it, presenting, you get out, you apologize to people that you needed to apologize to, you apologize to your audience, and then they throw you under the bus and send you death threats. But you know what? You at least have that karmic responsibility removed. And if you're a creator, I'm not sure that those creators have it in them. I don't think they have the colonists to actually do that. But if you're just a viewer, if you're just a watcher, if you're just an observer, it's very important that you see what's going on. You are not being told the truth from these people. They are lying to you. Okay. I listened to Mark Sargent yesterday talk to a high school class for an hour, in which case he just basically lies throughout it. They say things that are now like, Apollo, we just went to the moon 6 times in a row without any issues. Does Apollo 13 no longer exist? So you can't just say that sentence to high school children. They may not know about Apollo 13. Who knows? But these are just lie after lie after lie after lie. And I'm going to try and speak to that teacher and see if I can get my presentation in front of those high school children, because I have something to say to them about what they heard from Mark. And it's just becoming disgusting. It is a disgusting enterprise going nowhere. That's why I should it'll change my hat to Flat Earth going nowhere since 2015 or 14 or 15, whatever, 15. Anyway, it's just getting pathetic to see. And I don't want to say I understand it with the creators, but I don't really expect them to change their mind. But I do want to see more people who are viewers to realize that they are backing a lie. And the longer that you are in the audience pretending like you support this, is the more you're going to be responsible for the people teaching this to their children. The earth is not flat. It's not a question. Not a question anymore. And if you need me to take you by the hand and show you, get in contact with me, and we'll have a little conversation to where I can show you exactly the things that happen when you go down south that tell you the shape of the earth. It's not a question. I'll show you the impossibilities of the earth being flat. I will show you the paradoxes of the flat earth. So I don't care how much you like some of these guys in the flat earth. I don't care how smart you think Alan is, or how smart you think Shane is, or how smart you think Whitsitt is, or it doesn't matter. None of that matters. Okay, we now see that when you're stuck inside that cult, you have a hard time seeing that you're a part of a cult. You have a hard time seeing that you're not pushing the truth, that you're actually pushing the lie. How do I know that? I was there. Yeah, it was me. And it took the observation itself for me to come out of it. And that's why I'm eternally grateful to Will, because he paid for me to go down there and learn that I was mistaken. And the very first thought I had was, okay, I got to get back and tell everybody. Now, other people didn't have that same opinion, but I'm here to tell you that if you still have questions about it, find out. It's not as simple. There's people who message me still, and I'll say like, well, no, the Earth's not flat. And they'll say, yes, it is. Later, loser. It's like, if somebody that was a flat earther for 10 years told me all of a sudden, oh, I was wrong, the Earth is actually a sphere, I would not just say, liar, see you later, loser. I would be like, wait, explain to me. Whoa, hold on. Tell me why you're saying that. And that's the difference between me and so-called truthers. Okay, the difference is I would want to dig deep into that. What do you mean? Why? How is it not? You've been a flat earther for 10 years. How can you now all of a sudden switch? Guess how many globe earthers have, guess how many flat earthers have come to me with that kind of inquiry? Has Karen B invited me on her show so I can explain why she's wrong? No. Nope. Has anybody that's a flat earther had me on their show to explain why they were wrong? No. Okay, they don't. They don't do that. They don't want to know. They want to continue believing what they believe is the truth now. And that's, like I said, scary. All right, let me get over here. Oh, everybody's in the chat. How's it going? You listen? What's up, 5 times 1,000? Nice to see you. They fake the sun at Stonehenge as well. Yes, that's exactly right. Oh wait, that was Dave. Never mind. What happened? Sorry, didn't know if it's spam. Shane is a thief. I know. I do like the name. What do they call him? Shane Saint Plagiarism. I think something like that. Oh, that's funny. It's funny. I find it crazy that so many can't let go of flat Earth. Well, Mr. Miyagi, Mr. Miyagi, how do I explain it? It's because you've convinced yourself that you are right. So it's not a matter of, this is what scientific inquiry should be. And I know I always go into this because it's a flat Earth versus globe Earth thing. And I think the globe Earthers do the same thing. The only difference is that they are right. So I do think there is a problem with confirmation bias. There is a problem with knowing that you're right, saying that you're right, and not really being open to the inquiry. But as long as you've actually opened your mind to the inquiry, then I don't mind. Right? We would never know if a globe Earther has actually done that or if they're just repeating what they heard in school. Either way, they're right. But one of them is the correct method of getting to there, and the other one is not. But what flat earthers have done is they've convinced themselves that they are right. Full stop. So anything coming from outside that is a lie. It's like Christians who believe in the Bible, believe that they are right. That is the truth. Jesus is the way, the light, the truth, the miracles, the path, whatever. And so anything that comes from outside of that, they're not taking the information coming from outside and then weighing it with reality. They're not taking it and saying, is this true? I need to look into it. I need to do research. No. If it's coming from outside of the Bible, then it's false. It's satanic. And if it's in the Bible, then it's truth because it's in the Bible. Okay. So that's the flat earth position now for flat earthers, is that the earth is flat, full stop, period. Anything coming from anybody globe related is the liar, is the deceiver. They are satanic. And the people coming from within the flat earth are true and miracle workers and probably can heal the sick, and Dave can cure cancer. That's what the belief is once you've adopted that mentality. Now, to get out of that is not as easy as you think, because it's not an open inquiry. You're not thinking to yourself, well, I've got flat earth and on this side and globe earth on this side, and I'm trying to decide which one. You've already decided, right? So that's how they remain flat earthers. Is it's not they can't even contemplate the idea that they're wrong. They're too far past that, right? I had a flat earth question that breaks their brain. I'm sure a lot do. And I'm pretty sure that's a lot. I've seen you on me. Oh, I don't know about that. It was about flat earth. It's here on YouTube. I don't know if you're talking to me. Sorry. Anyway, hope everybody's well. I'm going to start telling people the sun is fake just for a laugh. Well, don't tell flat earthers that, because they already believe that. They don't know what the sun is. They don't know where it is. We don't know where the sun is right now. It's not like we know exactly where it's at. It's not like there's somewhere on the earth that's 12 noon right now. It's not, well, give me 12:17, if you will. But the sun is sitting above somebody's heads that we can figure out very easily right now, although flat earthers say we can't tell where the sun is. So we don't know what it is either. What does it say? If you can detect how close you can get to space by every foot you rise, air pressure gets lower, then why don't it get lower heading south? Isn't space on the sides of the flat earth? No, I would say that I don't think there's space, yes, but piss cures cancer, dirt, probably. No, I think he wears a head thing. He puts on like a head. It's like those things your mom used to go to get her perm done. I don't know. I remember seeing him as a kid. I would go to my mom's hairdresser and they would have this machine that she would sit under, and there'd be a little cap thing that goes over your head. He sits on like one of those and says he's curing all diseases. So, yeah, that's true. Ken knows what's going on. Ken knows that there's two suns. And if you don't believe that, that's what I heard Mark Sargent's excuse was in front of the high school class for the 24-hour sun. He also says everything in the sky is projected. You're in a planetarium and it's all being projected onto the ceiling. He also had something to say that I never heard him say before in my life. Tell me if anybody's ever heard this. One of the questions from the class was, are you religious? So what do you think Mark Sargent's response to that was? His response was, very. I grew up in an evangelical home, born-again Christian home, so yes, I'm very religious. I'm like, what? Where in the hell did that come from? I've never heard Mark say that. So now I started thinking, is the school Christian? It's the only thing I can think of. Why would he all of a sudden change and now he is religious? I have no idea. Thank you. LL hairdryer, FE brain flyer. Dave has one of those at his house that he sits under and presses the button on. I don't know. And it like sends, hey, it might be damaging his head, as we've seen here. He's now lying about events that were just 11 months ago that there's receipts for. There's no way he can't have thought in his head, I'm going to lie about this and get away with it. So he must have just forgotten the truth. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. All right, let me get this open here. We are going to be looking at, and I'll show you some images too that I want to start with that I think people have seen before, I'm sure. Well, maybe not. And I'll show you what started my questioning into this. So let's talk about Stonehenge real quick. In that, there's many questions that I have about this idea of a stone circle, okay, and the locations that they say these stones are brought from. And the fact that mainstream tells us that it's some farmers that really wanted a solar observatory. Let's just think real quick. If you really wanted a solar observatory, would you need to build stone circles? No. Nope. You could easily hammer a stick into the ground, and you could see where that stick is, and you could see where the sun sets, and you could track it daily. So you wouldn't need this whole, it's not like it's needed, right? So there has to be another reason besides just, oh, we just went on a solar observatory. No, it had significance in other ways, be it a burial ground, be it some ancient ritual location, be it a church, be it whatever it might be. But it simply can't be just, oh, it's just an observatory, a solar observatory. Because you could do that, do it out front of your house. Watch the sun every day, figure out where the furthest south it goes, figure out where the furthest north it goes. Now, once you've done that, what's great about it is you then can figure out the length of a year, which is pretty incredible, right? If you were to watch where the sun rises, say, March 17th, and then you watch where the sun rises on June 21st, and then you watch where the sun rises on September 21st, and then you watch where the sun rises on December 21st, or whatever. And then you could calculate that there's 91 days between each of those. And you could say, wait a second. So we basically have these 4 quarters, and then it starts working its way back. So you could figure out from that, well, what's 91 times 4, right? Which is at 364. And so you start to get a better idea of how the year works, how the seasons work. So the sun, again, it tells you whether you're north or south. It tells you what shape the earth is, but it also can tell you a lot. And so it is solarly, importance. There is solar importance there. But as far as, we built this huge stone thing and it's just to an observatory. No, it's not an observatory. They would have already had this knowledge in order to build what they built. Okay. Now, the other thing is they say that these stones were brought, some of them like 400 miles. That's insanity. It's just, I don't know. For me, and I've looked into it. I've tried to look into exactly how they say it's done, and you can do it with there's one person. There's a guy who can move huge blocks by himself. He learned that you could put a little pebble underneath this huge rock and another little pebble under it. But again, he's on like a completely flat ground in today's world with our athletic shoes. Okay, this is not back 2500 BC to where you were able to move rocks 400 miles. That doesn't even make any sense. Up hills, down hills, valleys, and crevices, and across mud. What about mud? Then your whatever sled you were pulling everything on would have sunk. So there's something here. There is something interesting about Stonehenge. There is something worth talking about. Now, when you start to learn that there's a lot of these findings that have been coming out that tell us that maybe this is a lot different than we thought. And why is it kind of always set in one direction? Like they want us to see Stonehenge a certain way when it's supposed to be another. So I'm going to open up a folder here to see if I can put this on the screen for you. Just want to look at some of these images that maybe you've seen before, maybe you haven't. This is what started me on this journey. Years ago, once I saw these pictures, I said, okay, hold on a second. So why is it that when we're taught about Stonehenge in school, let me bring this up for you. Where's Stone? Here. And let me just make sure everything in this folder is what I think it is. 1 second. We're going to go through these kind of fast. That's fine there. Let's go order them by, sort by date, modify this way. Okay, good. That'll work. And let me bring this over here. Maybe there. Let me see what happens if I double click these. Okay, good. Come up there. Let me try and bring you over. Let's go to this one. Okay. That ain't gonna work either. All right, that'll kind of work. All right, so we're just looking at some of these pictures, but I just want to point out this is a quarry where they're actually have been digging recently, and you'll notice that. Can Can you come over here? Thank you. You'll notice that some of these blocks look a lot like the large blocks at Stonehenge. So again, the fact that you can find these in multiple quarries, and we're told that they know which one it came from, and well, they've done studies recently and shown that it's not where they say it came from. Okay, but these are these. Shoot, can I move this thing? Oh, I'm going to get a better view here, so I don't have to keep moving that this way. That should be better. Let's try that. Okay, so these are just some images that you may have seen before, maybe not, of the reconstruction process that went on in 1950. And this to me is baffling because in school we're taught this whole thing about, oh, it's ancient, it's 5,000-year-old megalith. It's got we don't know how the bricks got up top here, right? That's what they tell us. Well, they should also say that it was restored. And these are just pictures of a ancient, or these guys having some little event there. And then we've got these guys standing up on top of these things. So they've done quite a bit of work on it. And let's see if this button works here. If I go this way. Oh, good. A little larger. Okay, so these are guys that were working on it. You see these steps to the top. We've got these guys. What does that sign say? Danger. Can't read it. Not proceed. Can't read it. Sorry. I don't know if it's even in English. Drafting tables. There. I mean, this is an extensive job. And I do find that weird. And that's what caught me as weird originally, as I said, why is it that we're never told about this in school? Why is it it's this ancient structure? You make it seem like it's never been touched. Not that there's cranes. So guess what? I know how stones got up there. They got up there because of cranes. That's how they got up there. So you might tell me, well, they were up there before. Oops, hold on. This is not what I wanted to open. Close that. Okay. Let's keep going. Where were we? Sorry, I want to get back to here. These are using measuring tapes. These are using tools that they didn't have back then to get the alignments right. They're taking it's kind of like spectroscopy, but it's more color and light through stone, so they can figure out things on that. Here's a crane lifting up one of those large blocks, setting it on top. The way that these had basically like jigsaw puzzle connectors. So in this top thing here, do you see my mouse? Yeah, you would cut a hole in it. Now again, back in 2500 BC, they were using rocks and antlers to cut a hole in this rock and then set it onto a rock that had a little nipple on the top. Okay, just some peace signs on these ones here. Here's a big rock being held by a crane. Here's them getting ready to, and these are all now been concreted. Now let me show you this one. This one is clearly some sort of a block squared off and then covered in what looks like concrete. Okay, that's what it looks like. Here's these guys digging and excavating underneath there. Again, going deeper in there, excavating supposedly. More of the same. Just people sitting by watching this project. So you can see, I mean, these are not fake. These are not AI. These are actual photographs from 1956, I think. And they also did this in 1900, and they also did it in late 1800s. They wouldn't have had cranes, I wouldn't think, back then. But we don't have pictures of that. I mean, these are the kind of holes that are stuck that then they stick these rocks into, and then they cement the ground, and then they let it grow over with grass, and then all of a sudden they tell people, there's like 1 million people that go and visit this every year. How many of them know that it's actually, none of the bricks are original as far as where they're standing, like they've never been touched. They've all been touched. And I can show you evidence of that from actual museum curators and scientists that say there is no stone from Stonehenge that's been left untouched. They've all been touched, moved. And to me, here's the thing. I no longer consider this, I feel like it's like a degrading of it. Don't tell me something's an ancient structure when you've gone and you've changed it a bunch. If it's an ancient structure, leave it the fuck alone. Now, here's the other problem. Is if you're going to restore it and you're going to do work on it, why not bring it back to its fullness? Meaning we should go there now and the whole thing should be built exactly like it was. Not still have bricks on, still have stones on the ground. It's like what did you do? You just redid it, but kind of made it look like it's still old? That's what they did. They cemented the blocks, concreted the blocks, stood them up, get them all right in the thing, but then they still have a bunch tipped over so that it kind of looks like it's still ancient. That sounds like it's deception to me. Okay, here's them lifting stones with these cranes. tying rocks to them. Do a little conversation about them. Here's one of these pits. I don't know, that's got some writing on it. Little boy checking it out. Just going through some of these. Don't know who any. If you recognize any of these people, let me know. I don't recognize any of these people. Very important personnel. All there to watch the reconstruction of this. Now, like, what's going on here? I hope that they're taking a cast of it or not covering it with something, but hard to know. Now they're like painting it to give it an old look. More of that. Here's them, cutting out these. Like I said, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. They cut these holes, and then this hole is what the nipple goes into. They call it tongue and groove, I think, so that those top bricks stay on top, or those top stones. Again, they're digging way deep in here. Now, let me get to something else that I think is questionable. So let's say that you are digging here, and you find some antler, or you find a human bone, or a piece of wood. If you then go and get that tested and find out that that dates back to 2500 BC, is that proof that the structure above it was built in 2500 BC? I don't think so. It's not proof of anything. You cannot date rocks. Okay, so we don't know. You can use radiometric dating, but that's known to not be accurate like that. You cannot date rocks. Okay, you can date the organic material around it if you want to use carbon dating, which is still not always perfect. In fact, it can be off by quite a bit. But again, anything that could contaminate the items. I know they were dating like some human beings at one point that they found somewhere, and they were all dating back way to a certain date, and then it was way after that they figured out that the soil around them had some erosion that was causing this certain element to end up in the human bones that then was being dated way off, way incorrectly. Now, again, it's a good thing that science figured that out and it's no longer the case. But how many of those have they not figured out yet? How many things are they dating that are wrong? Oops, that's not what I want to do. Shoot. Now I just closed that. Hold on, let me see if I can figure out where we were. We'll get through all these in a second. And then we're going to go through, watch a little video, and then look at a timeline. And I'll kind of give you my opinion of where I'm at now with what I think is the case. Oh, wait, so we're up here somewhere. Maybe we didn't go there. We didn't go there. We're about here. Okay, so we got that one. We saw that one. We saw that one. Some work being done at night. I'm hoisting these stones up. So again, when my teacher told me in school, we don't know how they got these stones up there. No. Okay, a crane? Crane's a good answer, right? Because again, if we don't know, you're just telling us that those stones were up there. And I'll show you some evidence of that and see. Because again, let me have you thinking about this right now. What kind of evidence should there be for Stonehenge, being that it was built supposedly 3000 BC? So we're talking 5,000 years old. When would be when would you expect something to be written about it? In what year? In what year should we have evidence start to pop up that says Stonehenge exists? And then I'll tell you what the actual year for that is. Then we're lifting another rock by crane. Looks like they're doing some survey or photographic work. Another crane. This boy knows that they're faking it. Oh man, they're faking the whole thing. No. There's that boy again. There's them lining up things perfectly. And again, it took all this work and them lining it up like this in order to get it how it was naturally by people that were 5,000 years ago. So the question starts to become, here's the concrete being poured. Is there something more important to Stonehenge than we know? Is it some sort of evidence of an advanced civilization before us that tried to tell us they were here? And by doing so, they went and got rocks from places that are unfathomable so that it would make us think, well, wait a second. How is that possible? And then maybe we could start figuring out that there was something like that before. See here, there's another crazy contraption that they built, standing more of these bricks here. So I don't know about you, but this surprised me a lot when I first saw these because it's just something I never had seen before. You hear about Stonehenge, they show you pictures in school, you think that that's just ancient. You don't think that they've come and done something like this. And now, I don't know if you've known this, but they recently figured out that one of the stones is very native to that location, which was never known before. They thought that they all came from elsewhere. So there's like a purpose of it being at that place there. You see the little nipple on the top. Again, them carrying another rock by crane. They also cut them like this. You'll see that these have a curve to them. Now also, these have puzzle pieces. So I know you can't see it here, but basically imagine that this part here has an in groove and this part here has a tongue groove, like a jigsaw puzzle. They were all done like that. There's them raising another stone. This guy's about to get buried for telling the lie. I don't know what that contraption is. Okay, I mean, these are some of the squares cut out and prepped for these blocks that come in, and they load it up with concrete, and they let grass grow over it so that it looks legit. Cranes. Here, I was trying to figure out on some of these, it looks like really bad because it looks like it's almost, there's no stuff there before, but it must be looking a different direction. I'll show you what I mean. Here's another one. Again, it's so precise on everything that they're doing, but remember, we're told this was done by 5,000 years ago farmers who had no technical know-how at all. And we actually know that to be the case because you can actually look at time in the past and you can see where there's evidence of civilization, where there's evidence of working together, where there's evidence of things like that. We're not talking about a time like that. There is no evidence of that at all from 3000 BC. See, like this picture here, I mean, these are the places they're going to be putting these stones, but there's nothing there now. So it looks like they're going to be adding them. Same thing here. Like if the stones, where are the stones now? So they just removed everything and then put these here. Okay. I mean, this is a good look here. Where's the Stonehenge? That must be another location, even though this is the background that I recognize, but I don't know what this is. Don't know why that looks like that. Must be off to the side or something. There's some trenches. Again, I'm building it up there. So this is, do I have a year on this one? I believe. So again, you see all these bricks had fallen, these blocks had fallen. So when they went in and did the restoration, all they did was make sure that the ones that are standing are now concreted, but they left the other ones still on the ground. If you're going to do something, do it. Okay, I think that's it there. So again, very crazy photos, interesting photos, if you will. And I'm going to bring up this for you. I want to hear this guy. And then we're going to start to lay out kind of the idea that we're told versus what reality tells us. And why is this not working? Come on. Oops, that's the wrong one. Sorry, I have to go here. There we go. And where is this guy here? Okay. So, oh, this is that book. I'll read that after. It's a part of a book I want to read. I'm looking for this video that I watched here. This one, I believe.
Unlock more with Disney PS.
Sorry. Get rid of that. Is this the one? No, wrong one. Get it here. No. Okay, I'm going to have to go here to find it because I don't see it there. Oh, it would be on my other channel. One second, I got to go to my jeranism channel to get my history. I'm sure I was on that channel. And see, if I sign out, it's not going to kick me off this stream, will it? Switch account. Jeranism. Shouldn't be. Should be fine. Should be fine. Yeah, it's good. And then we got to go here and go with history. Okay. And this is the video from here. All right. So this guy here is a boy. Hold on. Why don't I see it? Man, I wanted to start with this video that I watched last night that this guy, oh wait, I was, what account was I on? Was I on the interesting account? Let's try it. Maybe that's where I was. Let me go here again. Interestingism is here. I don't know why it's not my history. Anyway, he tells a story about multiple, and he's a scientist. He's a archaeologist, and he tells a story where Stonehenge was actually assigned to two different departments or two different groups to do their analysis of it. And they came back so vastly different that that's kind of evidence that people need to see, because a lot of people feel like this dating technique that we use is ironclad. And it's not. It's not. And it's for two people to do independent tests on these items and then the dates to come back so vastly different. It should make us think. It should make us think, why is that the case? I thought, if it's scientific, then shouldn't. Here's what I was told about science. If two people independently do the same experiment, they'll both reach the same answer. That is not the truth when it comes to dating things in the past. Due to carbon dating, radiometric dating, not the case. Okay, you're just not going to get the same results from two different studies. Now, you might on some items. I'm just saying on most items, we're finding out that's not the case. Let me go to history here. It was here, right? I don't see that video. Weird. It could have been on my jeranism, I guess. Let's try that one real quick. Switch account. I mean, not my jeranism, my Jaren Capital. Oh, yeah, I do remember because I did comment on somebody's video and then it was, it commented from my Jaren account. Okay, this is better. So this is here. Ronald Hutton is his name. Let me bring him up for you.
What is Britain's pagan heritage and why does it matter? And the first can be answered very speedily, that it is one of the richest and finest inheritances of the pre-Christian religions of Europe.
Fixing this real quick. It's
in
not showing
the entire continent. From the earlier Old Stone Age or Paleolithic, we have the so-called Red Lady of Paviland, a burial perhaps 34,000 years old.
Sorry, 1 second.
From a cave in South Wales. From the late...
Okay, and that was one before I saw this one here. No, what was that guy's name again? I just saw his name. I just Grant Hutton? Something Hutton? What was his name here? Interview with him. Ronald Hutton, Gresham College.
Later Paleolithic,
Put that
we
back for you.
have the carvings in the caves at Creswell Crags in the North Midlands. Some
Later
of the finest
Paleolithic,
from the we have the carvings in the caves from the Middle Stone Age or Mesolithic.
Sorry.
And then we reach the dawn of history with the coming of the Romans. And the Romans not only bring in their own goddesses and gods from Italy, but they also reveal those of the native Iron Age British by giving them inscriptions and sculptures for the first time. And from every corner of the vast Roman Empire, different peoples arrive in Britain, bringing their pantheons of deities with them from as far as Syria, Egypt, Africa, and all over Northern Europe. And when the Romans convert to Christianity and they pull out, the Anglo-Saxons, the early English, come in, bringing a completely new set of deities, like Woden and Thunor. The defense team appealed to me as an expert on Druids, and so I wrote a testimonial. And at the opening of the trial, the judge received this, read it, and dismissed the case. I still feel a bit hurt about that. I'd have liked Arthur to stand trial properly, present his defense, and be acquitted by a jury, but at least it's a sign that academics have some use. Since the 90s, Arthur has turned more to attacking English heritage for not allowing free access to Stonehenge. And that's made some difficulty between us, at least on his side, because for many years I was one of the commissioners and then trustees that ran English heritage, against which he was demonstrating.
So I'm trying to find this particular video that this guy did, a presentation. I just don't know if it's on this channel or his channel. Gresham is the name of the school, right? Or the, yeah, I'm trying to find, what was his name again? I forgot his name. Cradle of, This guy Ronald Hutton, right? Okay,
But they also reveal those of the native Iron Age British by giving them inscriptions and sculptures for the first time. And from every corner of the vast Roman Empire, different peoples arrive in Britain, bringing their pantheons of deities with them from as far as Syria, Egypt, Africa, and all over Northern Europe. And when the Romans convert to Christianity and they pull out, the Anglo-Saxons, the early English, come in, bringing a completely new set of deities, like Woden and Thunor, Tiw and Frigg. Then the Anglo-Saxons convert to Christianity just in time for the Vikings to turn up, with virtually the only group of Western and Central European goddesses and gods we hadn't seen yet in Britain. And only when the Vikings turn Christian after 100 to 200 years is the whole marvelous pageant complete. We need to approach the second question in the light of what I've just described, why it matters. And it matters because of its exceptional richness and diversity. If you're a modern inhabitant of Iceland, Estonia, Greece, Italy, or Germany, for example, your pagan heritage will consist of one pantheon of goddesses and gods with an accompanying archaeology. But just because so many peoples ended up here, we in Britain have no less than 4 different sets of deities, including the vast array from the entire Roman Empire. And before that, no less than 6 different ages of prehistory to provide their input. So we are spoiled for choice. These are an extraordinary resource to inspire the imagination of the modern age, to inspire music, literature, and art, and to enable people to define their own spirituality, if needed, either sympathetically with the ancient religions or against them. But what makes these particularly fine as a resource with which to think is that the whole of prehistoric British religion, and even much of that from the early historic
this is it. Sorry.
periods,
I don't know why I didn't recognize this is the right video. Just later.
Confident interpret.
That's what the problem
is. This is what had happened in this case. And I also said that the whole idea that human sacrifice had been carried out in the pre-Roman Iron Age of Britain had hinged on Lindo Man being a human sacrifice. So the argument's now going in circles. J.D. Hill, eventually in the Times newspaper, stated, "We may never know how Lindo Man died," which was the argument I wanted conceded, and he did so there graciously. But the label wasn't changed, and it remained the same for a few more years until in 2008, the body was returned to the Manchester Museum, where it had first been stored and examined for a special exhibition. And the exhibition there adopted the argument of, could have been a human sacrifice, could have been an executed criminal in a...
So one thing that this guy says that I wanted to point out, and I don't remember exactly where he says, I thought it was in this video, but I'm not seeing it in my scroll through here. But what he says is that even as a scientist himself, somebody who dates things, somebody who uses all this stuff, all that history can provide you is a possibility, right? So I think that history can be treated like science, and it really can't. It's much different than science. It can't be treated the same because it's vastly different in the fact that you can test things scientifically, but with history, you cannot. You'll never be able to do that. And a lot of people, I think that we can. And so rather than look for the truth of something, we should be looking for what it tells us and what we can take from it, right? So history is a contemplation, not a proof. Okay, so it doesn't come with witnesses. It comes with just stories. So everything we think we know about the past comes from little pieces, bones, burnt wood, broken tools, scattered texts, retold tales, even if it's complete texts. We don't know that that's the case. We don't know that that's true. There's no way to know that. So from those scraps, we don't get anything that you would call certainty, right? We get interpretations. We get man's ideas. We get theories that may be dressed as like timelines or something. We get a narrative, like a built on maybes, like the intro to the song, intro to the show does. Okay? The truth is that history does not prove itself and never can. It just invites us to contemplate. And that's all that we should be looking to do, is look at history, look at what people have to say about it, look at what evidence we do have coming out of it, and then make up your own mind. That's all you can do. And I have no problem with people doing that. And I don't think people should have problems with that either. Is you don't have to believe the mainstream story of history. It's not like science. Okay? That's just not. You can contemplate, and certainly there's some things that have zero evidence with them, so you'd be very apt to say, well, that probably isn't the case. It probably isn't true. Right, because there's no evidence for it, right? But you can have a lot of evidence for something, and you can say, okay, that's most likely to be true. And that is the case with history. Whereas with science, I do think that you can show things to be definitive. You can show things that can be facts. Whereas with history, it's a lot harder to do that. Because when we look back, we're looking through fog. Right? We're looking through a bunch of crap. And we're also using our own reflection in whatever we think we're seeing. It's based on what you feel, based on what you think, and scientists are the same way, and they would admit that. So when somebody tells you that this is settled about history, this is proven, this is a fact, well, remember, history doesn't hand out that kind of proof. Okay? It hands out clues and asks maybe if we want to be brave enough to question solving that puzzle, when it might not even be what mainstream says. So just, we don't inherit the facts, we inherit just confidence in other people's guesses. And like this guy admits that. He says you could never know what the religious ideas were of the people who built Stonehenge. You can never even know technically who built Stonehenge. What are you going to find that tells you who built it? If you found an inscription on the wall that said, "We are the Druids, we built this Stonehenge." Again, we don't know if it's somebody else who typed that into the wall. So you can never really know for sure when it comes to history. Just want people to recognize that. As I've often said, you could not prove that George Washington existed. You just can't, because there is no audio, there's no video. And now we're in an era where even if there is audio or video, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to use that as proof either. So it gets a little bit worrisome. But, do we want to start the show? We didn't do an intro yet. All right, let me get to this intro, and then we will continue on with, we're not going to listen to him because I can't find what I was wanting to watch. But he does a great job of saying that he was part of a team that did this dating expedition on Stonehenge, and two different groups came back with two vastly different answers about it. And that's where he kind of said, look, each group is going to be basically giving you their opinion based off of their understanding, based off what they kind of want to be true. Again, this is the difference, is that we don't want these things to happen scientifically. But when it comes to what they're doing, it kind of does take some interpretation. It does. Well, so does science, right? I mean, again, there's no test in science that tells you without a human interpreting it. A human needs to look at the results and say, this is what it means. The test doesn't do that on its own. So my moral of the story, let me bring you back to this screen here. We can get started here with this one. Okay. So thank you very much, sir. You're very pretty looking. He's a pretty looking guy, isn't he? I think so. There we go. So for me, when the question comes to, is it a few 100-year-old hoax or is it an ancient engineering marvel? I definitely no longer think as I thought before. I did think before, based off those images of restoration, that it was a few 100-year-old hoax. I now have questions about its age because of the problems with dating. Okay. But I do think it is more recent. But again, it's just my thoughts, and you shouldn't get mad at that because you can have your own thoughts about it. You don't need to believe what I believe about it. And is what I'm saying dangerous? No, not when it comes to saying that. For me, it just seems like it is a more recent thing than in the past. Now, I could be falling for the trick that they want me to fall for, right? Which is that maybe this is more ancient. A lot of people believe that. You'll find scientific people who believe that there's evidence that this goes back 10,000 years. But I still run into that problem of people moving these blocks that distance, which seems to be the case. I mean, there's really no arguing at this point now that they've found the locations for these blocks where they came from. And like I said, some of them are extremely far away, which makes it almost by design that they would have wanted you to know that, right? So these people did not write anything, just so you know that. We're not talking, this is before history was being written. So there is no great, I'll ask the audience now. I'll ask you, what year do you think is the oldest mention of Stonehenge? Go ahead and write in the chat. Write the oldest year that you think. So if it's 2500 BC it was built, or 3000 BC, what would be the first time it would be mentioned in literature, in some sort of book, in some sort of writing, maybe Aristophanes, maybe Aristarchus, maybe the Library of Alexandria, maybe Plato, maybe Ptolemy. When do you think? Big Fish knows. Big Fish is on the game. So we're talking about just shortly after 1100. Okay, and when you read the story that's written in 1100, it is fake. It is not a real story because it tells you the story of Merlin. Yes, you know Merlin. Merlin moved those blocks via magic from Scotland to the UK. So we know that can't be the case. Or do we believe in magically moving stones? Now, again, there's a lot of people that have ventured this idea that the past was more technologically advanced. Maybe there's something that we've forgotten how to do, something humankind has forgotten. So if that's the case, then you start to see where Stonehenge is important, and it is interesting because we need to have an answer, and we don't have one. Man cannot move bricks 400 miles. Think of how long that would take. And what would be the point? It's not like we need these bricks here because they make us, no, they don't need those there. They could have found something else to put there. If it was just an observatory that's needed, they don't need those blocks. So there is something else here, something that's trying to be communicated to us. Now the question is it trying to be described to us by the controllers of this world, the people that want you to think a certain way? Because it doesn't make a lot of sense that there would be ancient farmers who would be able to do something that we really can't do today. I mean, again, even getting those bricks up of a hill. And I was on the map today. Oh, I do want to show you something about the map that I thought was quite telling. Maybe you've seen this before, maybe not. So I'm going to Google Earth right now, and I'm going to bring up Stonehenge. We can see where that's at. I just want to show you the area around it, because did you know that entire area is military? The entire area. In fact, there's cities there that were given 45 days to get out in 1942. They had only 45 days to leave the area and leave their houses and everything, and they never got to come back. Let me show you this. Because I was just looking and trying to see, okay, if I think that those blocks couldn't have possibly been brought that far. Oh, shoot, you can't see that. 1 second. We'll go to browser. Let's go to main browser instead. That one. Okay, so I started thinking, well, maybe they came from closer. So I just wanted to see what I could find out. So here's Stonehenge. Let me show you if I grab a circle tool. And grab a circle tool. Thank you. And I just want to let me do a 10-mile radius circle, just so I can see what's in that area. And this is 6 miles, 7 mile, 8 mile, 9 mile, 10. Okay, so there's 10 miles. Now I want you to see something. So I don't know if, oops, sorry, didn't mean to get rid of that. I want to show you what happens. That's 11 miles, 10. Save. That's what I want to do. Okay, now watch this. Now, I don't know if you can do this on Google Earth Pro, but you can bring up this clock date here, okay? So what we're looking at now is I can rewind the clock to certain dates, but you can actually do this one, and you can go to this one off. There we go. So now you'll notice I can go back to oh, you can't see that. Let me make this a little smaller. So you can see that edge over there. Okay, so you see the date up there, 1945 to 2020. Okay, so now I can actually rewind time and look at satellite images from the past. So if I take this all the way back to 1945, you're going to notice something. Why is this not showing that? Move it over here. There we go. So you'll notice that here we've got some land that is, looks like an older picture. And I can kind of start going through this timetable, and you'll see that it advances as we go to 1983 here. Okay, and you can actually see changes in the ground. You can see changes in everything. Move it forward here. And you can start to see the land take shape. But watch how weird this is. So this is Stonehenge, right? If we get down in here, we're going to now take this back to 1945. Okay, and as we move forward, so we're going to go ahead to here, you're going to notice something, that this land never changes at all. It's as if, why is it not coming in good? Okay. So here you'll notice, here's Stonehenge. You'll even notice, look at this little cutout piece here. You can see it cut out, right? See this little cutout of Stonehenge? Well, they make it so it never changes. So if I go ahead to these different dates, Stonehenge just stays the same cutout piece. Same cutout piece. They won't let me see the changes that have been made over time. Go to here, same cutout piece. Same here, cutout piece. So they've already made it so that this is Stonehenge. You better believe it. We don't let you see what it used to be. We don't let you see what we've changed it from. It's this. No matter what date you go to, it's just going to stay that same little picture. Look at, even when I went back to 1985, if we get out here, we can get more to 40. Go back to 40, whatever. So the city I was telling you about that is no longer, is this city over here. Shoot, what is the name of it? It starts with an I. Here we go. This city here, I just saw it. Imber. Imber is the city that if you lived here in 1942, you got kicked out. Okay, so you can go back to 1945, watch Imber. Okay, and you'll notice that, look how it's blocked out. They have, these ones are showing us what's happening here, but these areas here, they will not let change. So if I go here, you'll notice that they just stay the same. This little block will stay the same. Watch it. See that same section that we just saw didn't have any changes? Same here. Go to Stonehenge, watch it not change. Go back to here. See how this isn't changing. We can get in here and look if any of this is changing. Stay there. And go back to here. And you might be noticing that, like, oh, it's as if there's nothing changing here. You got to zoom out to go to 1942 again? Come on, zoom out. But again, Imber is the city. And then if you look to the right here, you'll notice that this is all military. Look at what's going on here. So where is the... I lost my Stonehenge. Okay, here. So there's all these airfields over here. Here we go. Down here. See these places? Now, if I get down here and I want to find out what is this place, there's no name for it. There's no name for this airfield. And it's because it is military. In fact, if you try and drop down there, watch if I try and take my guy down. Okay, if I go right here to this corner, I believe it's here. Oh, maybe it's not right there. There's a place where, yeah. So you'll see that this is all fenced off, and there's a sign here. Can I get over there? Yeah, look at this sign. Get to where I can read it. So the sign says, notice, prohibited place under the Official Secrets Act. Any unauthorized person found on these premises will be prosecuted. So this whole area is a very large military outfit now, and has been for quite a while. I guess Stonehenge was purchased by somebody around the year late 1800s, I think, and then he gave it to the state or gave it to the country. But this whole area is like is controlled. It's military controlled. Okay, and they obviously have control over Google Earth, allowing you to see the changes that were made. I think if you go here, let me try and rewind this now back to, I didn't know you had to zoom out to get to the 1940 thing. Now it's just 84, 85. Come on. How did I get that to come up? There we go. Oops, I just saw it. When it moves over here, there we go. So let me go back to 45. So you'll see here how they've got all this blocked out. Right, so they're like as if there's no changes. Now we do see this gray. This is actually photographs. You can tell from back then. It looks real to me. I mean, these look legit. I think it's the 3D buildings render. Let me turn that off. Good call, but 3D buildings off. Okay, good call. Let me see if that's going to fix anything. So you'll notice again that there's just areas that are not able to be changed or looked at. Let me go here. And let me look into here. This is Stonehenge here. You mean that's what's taking so long, or why it's blurry? Okay, go back here. See, and what I notice is if I change this time, nothing's changing in this area. As far as like a... Wait, is that showing any... Oh, that is showing changes. Is it showing changes down here? Weird. Earlier, it wasn't showing any changes no matter what I did. Like, what is that? I don't even know. It won't even show me Stonehenge there. What year is that? 2009. Let me go back to this one. Oh, this is totally different than before. Now it does let you see it. You guys saw earlier where it was just keeping that same cutout. That was what it was doing all day. And now it's actually showing, but it won't only go back, won't let me go back further than 85. Because I really wanted to see this area. So that Imber and then the city next to it, it wouldn't let me go back any further, or it won't let me go to 1945 there. So here, now we'll go to Ember again. Where is it? Stonehenge, and then, oh, sorry, I want to look this way. It makes me easier. North. Now I get the play. It's over here. Okay, so where did it go? IMBER. Ember. There. I was right on top of it. Okay. So, oh, this does kind of show you here. So it shows it as being empty, but that's not the case because there was a bunch of people who lived there. So that's showing you the difference between 45 and 86. Yeah, some of these things are blurry. I don't know, I'll have to take images next time. I was out in the garage. I don't know. It's the same program. I thought it would be the same, but it's not showing me the same thing. Anyway, there's a bunch of houses here. In fact, now if you go down there and drop now, usually you'll see that it's totally different. Now it's like where do we go here? So yeah, this place, what does it say? Keep out, no entry. This is also blocked off. See this right here? It's like a gated area. So it's all military controlled now. And it wasn't back before 1942, I believe is the year that they told everybody to get out. And then there's other areas. It was Ember, and there's one other same kind of city around here. They just told people to get out. And then they use it as a military training ground, but it says it's for the United States. What is the United States doing over there? Good question. I have the same question. Let me bring this up and go to Wikipedia just so I can read this real quick. Ember, and what was it, 1942? Just so I can read that story real quick. And in 1942, the village of Ember in Wiltshire was the site of a... Wait, what? That's not what I was looking for. This is the Ember incident. I was looking for the... This is a pilot. Oh, that's a friendly fire incident. The lost village of Ember. Here's a good one. Let's explore the lost village of Ember up on Salisbury Plain. Somber and empty after a forced eviction in World War II. I think most people would agree that British Isles were pretty crowded, annoyingly so that sometimes 60 million of us live here. So you can imagine as pockets of land untouched by humans are rare, quiet areas are also becoming fewer and fewer. And it talks about, as luck would have it, it happened to be a day off. Oh, wait, what is this? Nope, another one. Oh, so it's just showing you images. I'm just looking at images here before and after of what this place looked like. Oh, here's the letter, the official Ember Training Avenue or area. Dear Sir and Madam, arising out of the decision that the increased training facilities are to be made available in the Ember area, I regret to have informed you that it is necessary for you to evacuate the major part of the department's Ember estate, including your dwelling. To this, and I can enclose you formal notice to quit. The area has been evacuated and available for training. In this connection, you will note that the formal notice to quit expires on blankety blank date, and it is confirmed that there will be no objection. If it assists you in your remaining in your dwelling as tenant on sufferance until a date not later than December 17, 1943, it is hoped that you will be able, through your own efforts, to find alternative accommodations and, if appropriate, fresh employment, and that you will be able to make your own arrangements as to removal. If, however, you are in difficulty, will you please make very early contact with us? Anyway, so they kicked everybody out of this area, and it's now controlled. Let me show you another thing, if we can find how it used to be. Okay, look at what Stonehenge used to be here. There used to be this whole infrastructure for it. Where's that road? Guess it's the road here? Okay, so watch. Let me show you this. We can actually find where there was a parking lot here. Watch. Let me see if we can find it here. There's a whole parking lot and a whole... Where was that? Stonehenge. Am I looking in the wrong direction? Oh, let me zoom out here. Here. There. No, I'm positive I saw this. Hold on. There's a whole parking lot that goes here. The whole, like a place where people park and where there's like an office, like a, Stonehenge visitor center. It's right there. It is. Sorry. I'm looking the wrong way. I bet you, I wanted to be looking north. Okay. That makes more sense. Okay. So now let's show you what I was talking about and how they got rid of it. So this is I'm blind. Stonehenge. Thank you. All right, and there's the parking lot, but that's not there anymore. Watch. This is only in 2005, and watch how this just disappears. And gone. No longer there. So they've made some changes there. I mean, there used to be this whole parking lot. You can see it right here, like a visitor center. Anyway, they've redone that whole section, and they basically made it so it's very, you can't even get around this thing. You can go there like twice a year if you're invited or something, and you can get up close, but you can't, you have to be far away from it. So it does seem like it's held in kind of a military regard. They say that there's shooting ranges out here that you can hear if you go to this place, you'll hear gunshots all the time because you're in basically a military training area. You'll see black helicopters, all that. Okay, so it is questionable as to why it's so controlled by military. Okay, now we're going to read this article from this book, or read this section of this book. It's going to tell us something pretty crazy. Now, because I started looking up what is the earliest example of, or the earliest mention of this particular place. And that is information that I think people want to see, because it's not what you would expect. I thought that there would be something, okay, they're going to be, Aristophanes is going to write about it, right? Or Aristarchus, somebody back in those days. No mention of it at all, which seems peculiar. So this book is called The Most Notable Antiquity of Great Britain, vulgarly called Stonehenge, on the Salisbury Plain, restored by Inigo Jones. Okay, I'm going to bring up this book for you, and let's see. I've got a note in here of, hold on, I got to find, where did I click to get to that book? Here. Link to this item. No, not that one. There we go. View entire text. Okay, go here. Thank you. Oh yeah, it's very difficult to read, but let me show you this. So this is the book we're looking at, Stonehenge by Inigo Jones. And let me get you the date of that, because I don't know offhand. Stonehenge, Indigo, I don't want to get the date wrong, Jones. Okay, so the date of that book it was written in the mid-17th century. So I think it's like 1650-ish, somewhere in there. Let's see, the King English Heritage Research Institute. Just trying to get you the exact date so we have it, accept all. Okay, so the first known excavation at Stonehenge, the center of the monument, was taken 1620, and Jones argued that Stonehenge was built by the Romans. So I would say this, that I think when you look into this, you'll come to the same conclusion I think that Jones did, which I tend to thought too, is that it seems like this is a Roman invention. Okay, what do I mean by that? Well, the Romans, when they took over Britain, which would have been early, I don't remember the year, 50, 60, 70, somewhere in there, right? And the Romans came in and they destroyed everything. And they didn't let you have any of your old monuments, anything that went to any historic thing. They destroyed everything, burnt everything to the ground. Yet they left Stonehenge alone. In fact, they never even mention it. The Romans don't mention it, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So why wouldn't they mention that this existed there? Why wouldn't they have a problem with it, have questions about it? Nothing. And I'll show that right here. If I go to here, and so this is a video that was called what did the Romans think about Stonehenge? And really the answer is that they didn't think about it.
The landscape of Europe is very famously dotted with megaliths. Everything from single standing stones to complex structures like the Avebury stones and, of course, Stonehenge. In exploring the subject of ancient knowledge of the analysis of his teeth tells us that he was not native to the region but came instead from the Alps.
Listen to this real quick.
And one of the explanations for what he's doing at Stonehenge is that he came to be healed. Based on the supposed grave that was partially uncovered and on the shaft that was filled with animal bones, it is very likely that some sort of occultic belief in Stonehenge continued into the Roman era, but that's still largely speculative, and now that we know that this potential grave and shaft of animal bones exists, more excavations need to be carried out. So for right now, that's largely the material evidence. But what about the textual sources? Well, this is where we run into the standard problem of ancient and classical history, which is that we don't have the vast majority of textual sources that we know about actually surviving down to the present day. We know that...
Which again, we've talked about this a million times, right? So the way that we handled historical texts was that we copied, and then what happens is all the originals get lost. So there is no original text talking about these. Now, sometimes you might get a book that says, oh, I'm quoting from this book from earlier, but we don't have that book from earlier.
Texts exist which have been lost because they're quoted in writing that has survived, and anything that has directly referenced Stonehenge, if it ever existed, is among the writing that has not survived. That being said, there is possibly one reference to a monument in this part of the world that may be Stonehenge.
It's not.
It comes to us from Diodorus Siculus's...
It's not. It's terrible. It's talking about Hyperborea. It has nothing to do with Stonehenge at all. But I'm going to let you listen to this real quick, and I'm going to turn on the air conditioner. It's hot. Let me get this.
Bibliotheca Historica, a universal history spanning 40 books, of which unfortunately only 15 survive. And he says the following in Book 2, Chapter 47. Now for our part, since we have seen fit to make mention of the regions of Asia which lie to the north, we feel that it will not be foreign to our purposes to discuss the legendary account of the Hyperboreans. Of those who have written about the ancient myths, Hecataeus and certain others say that in the regions beyond the land of the Celts, there lies in the ocean an island no smaller than Sicily. This island, the accounts continue, is situated in the north and is inhabited by the Hyperboreans, who are called by that name because their home is beyond the point whence the north wind, Boreas, blows. And the island is both fertile and productive of every crop.
So hopefully you can tell this is not...
Since it has an unusually temperate climate, it produces...
There's actually people who say that this is about Stonehenge. It's not even close. I mean, it's without a doubt not talking about Stonehenge. So we can actually move past that a little bit. It's just... basically there's this idea of Hyperborea. How do I know that? Because it's a flat earther. You look into that. And it's just a mythical place up north, past where the north wind comes from. And they describe it as paradise. Now, could this be someplace in Iceland? Could it be another island up there? Thule is another example of that. But it's certainly not talking about Stonehenge.
Or players on the cithara. And these continually play on this instrument and sing hymns of praise to the god, glorifying his deeds.
Yeah,
this may potentially refer to Stonehenge, but there are a few issues with this passage in identifying whatever temple this is. He tells us that there is an island north of the land of the Celts, so presumably north of the European continent, but it's not clear that this is Britain, because he has a chapter on Britain itself.
So that tells you right there, right?
What is this island that's stated to be about the size of Sicily? Well, in Greco-Roman literature and
move past that,
over time, that land and Hyperborea sort of get mixed together into a general reference point for...
Not talking about the
same thing. If the Bibliotheca Historica is actually being factual, then what are we to make of this? Well, the text says it is a spherical temple and it has priests who worship Apollo.
So that's not it, right? It's not a spherical temple. Obviously, that's not a sphere.
There is an idea that Stonehenge at one point had a wooden covering, perhaps like a roof, which I suppose could lead you to believe it was spherical. Certainly, at the very least, a portion of the structure is circular. And it's entirely possible that there were priests, but that's assuming that this was...
So again, people are going through quite the stretch to try and say that this was talked about prior to that book in 1100, because the book in 1100 is not a great line anyway. I'll show you that one right now. Let me tell you the first time it was talked about. And it was... let me find it here. I've got it over here. And the first time it was talked about, you could just tell that, again, there's going to be a story about Merlin, the magician who moved blocks on his own, somehow magically, through magic. Because he told the guys to try it, they tried to do it, they tried to use their ropes and their pulleys and couldn't do it, so then he came and he just moved them by his hand and said, great, there you go. Isn't that exciting? Let me see where I have it here. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. Let me see. Oh. I want to get the exact book for you. Okay, so it was first mentioned in... Where is this one at? Right. So it's called the Historia Anglorum. So it's written in 1130 AD. It mentions it under the name of STONEHENGE, but let me see if I can get that book for you. Thank you. It's coming here. Okay. So he says there are 4 wonders. Oh, wait, why aren't you going to let me read it? There are 4 wonders of which may be seen in England. The second is at Stonehenge in the land of West Saxons. He calls the monument Stonehenge, which lists it among the remarkable marvels of England. He doesn't provide a date for its erection, just that it existed. There's also the Geoffrey of Monmouth from his 1136 book Historia Regum Britanniae. And he says, in that year, the giant's ring from Ireland, not by force, but by Merlin's art, was set up at Stonehenge near Amesbury. And I wanted the full text. There's more that he talks about, but it is kind of definitely imaginative. You know, it's definitely a myth. And anyway, but let's say it's not a myth. Do you know the year that Merlin existed was around 400 or 500 AD? Okay. So basically the very first 2 mentions of Stonehenge are in 1100, 1130 and 1140-ish. And they both describe it as being brought here by Merlin in the year 500. Okay. So that was the original text that we get. And there's not much else. You know, if you're talking about ancient. Now, as we get to 1500, 1600, you'll see a lot of drawings. And even the drawing that you see is very, you know, it has all the blocks up. Number one, the drawing that supposedly is of it has all the blocks. So let me see this part here. Yeah. Merlin is a legendary figure associated with the King Arthur stories. I'm sure you remember that. According to those legends, Arthur and Merlin lived in the late 5th century, early 6th century, around 490 to 550 AD. So year 490, which Merlin would be about 40 years old. And in broader terms, many historians place Merlin's legend in the time just after the Roman rule in Britain during the Dark Ages, which is still weird because, again, is he real or is he not? You know, we wouldn't know that. He's not historically verified. They don't consider him that. He is a legendary figure whose story accumulated over centuries, especially from the 12th century onward via authors like Geoffrey of Monmouth, which we mentioned. Because the legend was written centuries after the period it supposedly describes, any date is more legend, timeline, than solid historical fact. And different traditions vary. Some place Merlin earlier, some later, but the consensus is the 5th to 6th century. So when I say that I think it's built more recently, it seems to play in with the time period that we're talking about here and when those first books came out and talked about it. But it's far less than the 3000 BC date, right? Which is what we're told. I just find it hard to believe that in all the times that they started writing books, from Aristophanes to Herodotus to who else do we have there? From Aristarchus, those kind of people. The libraries of Alexandria, all their librarians, nobody mentions Stonehenge at all. It's like it wasn't there. So it does say, legend says he moved the stones around 500 AD, while archaeology says 3000 BC. So a gap of 3,500 years, obviously something's wrong there. And yes. So the medieval sources of Merlin, and we'll look at a couple from a different centuries, that show that obviously it's not truth, it's not fact. It seems to be a story or a fable. But again, the reason there would be a story or a fable is because you can't otherwise explain how those blocks got there. Now, here's the crazy thing. The place that they say that Stonehenge came from, okay, so Geoffrey says Merlin moved the Giant's Dance, aka Stonehenge, from Ireland to England using magic around the time of King Aurelius, which was 450 to 500 AD. Or, I'm sorry, 480 to 500 AD. So when they say that happened, okay, so that's just a theory, right? It's just a, you know, or whatever. It's just fantasy. However, they just now, and I'm talking the last couple of years, found out that the main stone, the altar stone, which is the stone at the center of Stonehenge, came from exactly the place that this story says. Now it's been proven. Okay. They used to not know that. And now it's been shown that the exact place where the fable says in Ireland that the giant's dance came from is where the main stone has come from, which is crazy. Again, maybe that's where the story came from. And I'm not saying Merlin is real or anything like that, but that does tell us that the people who wrote about it knew something that they didn't know for thousands or hundreds of years since. Nobody knew that. Nobody even went and checked. They just believed that they were all from this one place. When it's actually, and again, that's even crazier because how much further is Ireland from Stonehenge than those quarries that only have to move 400 miles. It's much further than that. Now you're talking about getting it over water, putting it on boats. It gets it a lot more crazy. And the fact that that's now been shown to be the case. So then in the year 1150, we have a poetic work in Latin, also by Geoffrey. In this version, Merlin is older. He's a wild prophet living in the woods. And he did the same thing again. Same author, though. So I guess that really I wouldn't count that one. Then you've got Robert de Baron in 1200 AD, wrote the legend about Merlin, the trilogy where Merlin becomes the creator of the Round Table. I'm sure you remember that. This version has more Christianized mythology. Merlin is a prosthetic child born of a devil and a nun. And there is no Stonehenge mentioned here. No exact dating, just myth woven back into religion. So certainly Merlin seems to be a symbol or some sort of a literary character, not a true to life character. The problem is that every text puts Merlin in a slightly different era, so there's no way to date him historically. Somewhere in the 4th, 5th, or 6th century, sometimes even combined with biblical timelines. There's no solid history, just legends stacked 700 years of storytelling. And yet people point to these same medieval myths to claim Stonehenge was built in 500 AD by Merlin, while archaeologists are claiming 3000 BC because of burnt wood. So which one is it? Is it the legend or is it the lab test? Is it the science or is it the storytelling? Well, the problem with the science is, again, that they're not dating the rocks. They're dating material that they found underneath the rocks, supposedly. And again, to me, that's not dating rocks. And how do we know that that's what that's... So if you find a bunch of things under my house, that doesn't tell you when my house was built. You could dig under my house, you could dig 10 feet and find a whole bunch of ashes, and you could find some animal bones, and you could find some antlers. Now, if you took those and dated them, that doesn't tell you when my house was erected. Okay? So they think that they have because they can find that there was settlement there, but we know that there was people that were settled there before Stonehenge anyway. So would it be surprising if you found... Now, again, they now want to call it a burial ground, but they've literally found like less than 50 cremated remains. So if you had a city there before Stonehenge, then is it possible that you would have 50 remains? Now, again, some people say, well, no, these were found in the actual holes of the bricks or the rocks, meaning that they dug holes to stick the rocks into and then filled them with dead ancestors and then put the bricks on top. That would be what mainstream science would tell you happened, because they have, that would be the only answer as to how we know that that's the date of the building of this monument. So let me get back to this part here. I went a little bit further than I wanted to go there. Okay. So the problem is, I think everybody pretends like they know something because somebody told them a story and it got printed in a book. And I used to do that. I mean, I used to believe shit because I liked how it sounded, right? And now I realize the problem with that. And now I realize that when I start looking into this Stonehenge thing, trying to uncover it, it'd be very easy for me to chalk it up and say, it's all bullshit. Look at these pictures. That's the lazy way out, right? But the more you try and dig into this and find out, you almost get more confused, more ambiguity the further you look into it. Because what you're finding out is that this is just a narrative that's been told for a long time. And even when somebody comes back with different dates, it gets shoved aside. That main altar stone being found from Ireland or coming from Ireland, people have been saying that for 25 years, 30 years. And you were laughed at. You were called a crank. People would laugh at you. And it was just now proven within the last couple of years. So again, this is what they do, is that they have a nice little narrative that works well. The narrative does not work well if all of a sudden bricks are being brought from Ireland That doesn't work well all of a sudden. Now you've got a whole different world because we don't have any record in 3000 BC of them having any ways of sailing boats, of carrying rocks that big, of having collective anything. They weren't together working on anything at that time, right? They were very segregated. There was no written. So again, when you have information like this, knowing these calendar dates, knowing how to build Stonehenge, you would have to have some sort of evidence that there's some sophistication going on at the time, and there's none. There is no, they didn't write anything down. There's nothing really passed on. It's almost as if it pops out of nowhere, which is why it's interesting. So I was a flat earther for 10 years. Okay. I believed it with all my heart. And you know what? Well, believing harder didn't make it any more true. And I've learned that you have to not believe harder, but actually learn smarter, read more. So I'm not here to change your mind. I want you to know that at all. I'm not here to force my opinions on you. I don't want you to believe what I say, but I am telling you what I see and what I think. And then it's just meant to be a conversation starter and something that you might want to go look into or bring attention to, because I do think it's an important thing. And I think people should find it important. Is what the hell is Stonehenge? How do we have people that are putting huge blocks on top of other blocks that seem to be quite fantastical? Now, could somebody come up with a way where like, oh, they use pulleys and they use this little seesaw and it was able to be, okay, well, if they did use that, none of that was written down. And what you're talking about is like this mental state of humanity that usually is not seen until we start being able to write and things like that. So it's actually out of place in the timeline. It almost seems like it was set there either way before or way after they say, if that makes any sense. The idea of it being built about in 3000 is the only evidence for that is the dating of the ashes and the wood around it. That's it. And again, you have to do carbon dating there with the half-life of carbon. How accurate is that? How would I know that? How can we show how accurate it is? Imagine that. What if I told you, hey, I need you to prove to me the accuracy of the carbon dating of this item? You really can't. How are you going to prove that? We don't have any marker in the past that we could say, okay, well, let's test it. Since we know this is from 1200, let's test it and see if it comes back at 1200. Right? Because how do we know it's dated 1200? With the same test. It's kind of circular reasoning. So I'm not trying to change your mind. And I'm not here to force my opinions on you. It's the last thing I want. I just am telling you what I see, what I feel. And until someone proves me wrong with actual evidence, which again, I've shown, when evidence is shown to me, I'll go with that. But if the evidence is Merlin and the evidence is magic, then I'm going to keep looking into it and I'm not going to chalk it up to just that. But the ideas of a farming group of people that went off some anywhere from 400, well, some of the closer stones are like 20, even 25 miles. Think about that. Think of a place 25 miles from you. And now imagine somebody tells you, hey, those stones over there, we got to take them over to this place we're going to call Stonehenge. 25 miles away. You would laugh at them. 25 miles. What if they told you you're going to move them 400 miles? That's almost the length of California. Okay? That's insanity that we would believe that people would even do that it would even be possible. Then that's the mainstream belief. The mainstream belief is they use pulleys and ropes to move these rocks that are of sizes that we can't fathom and weight that we can't fathom. But across, it's not like they had roads. It's not like they have the freeway. Could I move something from my house to, Modesto down the freeway? Maybe, I guess, if we had enough people, we put it on these. But we have roads. They didn't have roads. They didn't have anything like that. They didn't even, get this, they didn't have the wheel. The wheel didn't exist yet when they say that this was built. Okay, so people without the wheel figured out how to use logs to roll stones up hills, around corners. It's unfathomable. It really is. So I want to be clear that I'm not telling you to believe me on these things. Fuck that. You should doubt me, as always. That is the whole point of what I'm talking about. If your worldview, though, is so fragile, so, not able to be questioned, that it explodes when someone disagrees with it, well, you don't have a truth. You've got a little comfy, security blanket. So if you believe something weird, don't be a pussy. Speak up and say it. This is what I think is missing from the world. Because of how people have been shamed for thinking outside the box, a lot of people will no longer do it, and they only believe what they're told, and then you're not going to get anywhere from that. Now, granted, do you want to go around saying the earth is flat? Well, as long as you're able to take the criticism and take the actual truth, and somebody says to you you're wrong and then shows you why you're wrong, you have to be willing to say, oh, okay, I'm wrong. And it's okay to be wrong. So I'm okay with somebody who says, hey, Jaron, this is clearly from 3,500 or 3,000 BC because of X or Y or Z. Then I'll believe you. Just show me the evidence. But there really isn't good evidence unless you're just talking about radiocarbon dating ashes in the ground and wood and an antler. And you're like, oh, that means that, no, I don't really think that's the case. And again, there's a narrative that they like to play with, that they like to keep it simple. Their story is these are ancient farmers who just wanted to build an observatory, which is insane to think about. If you want to build an observatory, there's rocks around there. There's rocks, lots of places. You don't need to go 400 miles for some of them and then to Ireland for some of them. You don't need to do that. And you wouldn't do that unless you're getting a point across or you wanted people in the future to know that you did that. Let's just pretend in a magical world. Let's pretend that there were some advanced beings here before. Okay, again, we're just speculation, just total speculation here. Advanced beings here before, and they kind of got wind of the fact that, oh, these guys are just going to subject the people that live here to some sort of slavery. And, well, if we real quick build this thing that they can't get rid of, because we'll put these standing stones here, and we'll move them from way the hell over there, and when people try and figure out where these stones came from, and they figured out that they come from Ireland, then they'll start to say, hey, this is weird. Why are these stones here? They came from Ireland. They came from over there, 400 miles away. That would make people question it, and that might be a calling card, because it looks like these people couldn't write. They didn't have anything carved. No books. Nothing carved into the rocks. Nothing. Just stones stacked in a way that is impossible for us to fathom or think about how they got there. So I want people to speak out if you believe something weird. If you think like, hey, I don't think Stonehenge is real because of this reason, or I think it's fake, then speak out. And if somebody just corrects you, you have to be willing to stand corrected. Otherwise, then you probably should keep your mouth shut. If you're not willing, because then you're just going to keep, and that's what I've noticed happens on the internet. As soon as somebody makes a claim about something, they can't take it back. They don't want to. They don't want to at all. So you won't catch me crying on anybody's chat. Okay, if you start talking about something I don't believe in. I might say, I don't believe that. I don't think there's good evidence for that. And maybe I will send that evidence to you and say, look, there's evidence of something else different. And my hope would be that once that evidence is shown, that you would back off of your nonsense idea or continue on it. If the evidence leads you in that direction, we need to have people willing to think outside the box. And that's one thing that scientist I was showing you actually says. He says we need people. If you just left it to just archaeologists, then you're going to have a problem in that all of them are operating under the same worldview or the same idea. For example, do you think that there is scientific funding if you say, hey, I want to go disprove the age of Stonehenge? Do you think that the British government is going to give you money to do that? Do you think that you're going to get a grant from the US government to do that? You're not. Okay, you're not going to get that because it doesn't align with the nation ideals or the nation's what they want you to believe. It's a propaganda story. Look how great Stonehenge is. 1 million people visit it every year. So we need people that think outside the box, because somebody saying something might trigger somebody else to go look into something, who might trigger somebody else to go find something. And that's how we get some of these things answered. Otherwise, and all we're looking for is better ideas. That's not a good idea that we have of Stonehenge right now. It's not a good idea. It's not accurate if you just say that these are farmers who had no technological know-how, because that's the mainstream. I don't even know if we looked up Wikipedia, does it say something like that? I would like to see that. Let me look up Wikipedia real quick. Let's just see what it says. So we know Wikipedia is the mainstream belief, kind of what they want you to believe. So we're just going to look up, I typed in that, I spelled it right. What are you talking about? Hold on, just didn't like I spelled it with an A. Stonehenge, thank you. All right, let's just read what Wikipedia says here. I'm interested in knowing myself. What is the mainstream opinion? Stonehenge is a prehistoric megalithic structure on the Salisbury Plain in England, 2 miles west of Amesbury. Consists of an outer ring, blah, 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 blah. Tensure joints, a feature unique among contemporary monuments. So this mortise and tenon joints are what I talked about, the puzzle pieces connecting together. Inside of the ring of smaller blue stones, inside these are freestanding trilithons, 2 bulkier vertical sarsens joined by 1 lintel, so the lintel is the piece that goes across the top. The whole monument, now in ruins, is aligned towards the sunrise on the summer solstice and the sunset at winter solstice. Now, this is a little bit of a misnomer here, because anything that's ever aligned towards the summer solstice would also be aligned towards the winter solstice. So it's like they're making it sound like it's a lot more astronomically, like if you just draw a circle in your front yard, you pretty much have a 1 in 10 chance of actually having it line up to one of those. You just draw a line and be like, oh, it happens to line up where the summer solstice is. And look at it, it also lines up where the winter. Yeah, it's the same, it's the opposite. So that's how circles work. The stones are set within earthworks in the middle of the densest complex of the Neolithic and Bronze Age monuments in England, including several hundred tumuli? I never even heard that word. Tumuli. It was constructed on several phases, beginning about 3100 BC, continuing until about... So, I mean, that's kind of crazy, right? So you're talking about 1,500 years. So that goes back, let's go 1,500 years before us. So 500 AD. So that'd be like somebody telling you, oh, well, they started working on New York in 500 AD and they continued it on until 2030 AD. What? What do you mean? The famous circle of large sarsen stones is placed between 2,600 and 2,400. These surround, again, how do they get these dates? Just items that they find around those stones. Is that proof of when it happened? Well, according to these guys, it is. The surrounding circular earth bank and ditch, which constitute the earliest phase of the monument, have been dated to 3100 BC. Radiocarbon dating suggests that the blue stones were given, again, suggests is probably the right word, were given the current positions between 2400 and 2200 BC, although they may have been at the site as early as 3000 BC. One of the most famous landmarks in the United Kingdom, Stonehenge is regarded as the British cultural icon. It's probably the number one, right? It has been legally protected, scheduled. It is a legally protected scheduled monument since the Ancient Monuments Protection Act. Keep going. Stonehenge could have been a burial ground from its earliest beginnings. I believe they've found evidence of that. Deposits containing human bone date as early as 3000 BC, when the ditch and bank were first dug, and continued for at least another 500 years. Again, very difficult to say that. That is the general consensus. Again, you can call that truth if you want. I'm open to that being disproven because they're just dating items around the rocks, not dating the rocks. The Oxford English Dictionary cites, whatever that is, 10th century glossary in which Hengecliff is given the meaning of precipice or stone, thus the Strengness or Strangheng, far from Salisbury, recorded by 11th century writers, are stones supported in the air. In 1740, so now they've jumped ahead to 1740. Again, it's been here for that long. No mention of it, no books, no writing, nothing. In 1740, William Stuckley notes pendulous rocks are now called henges in Yorkshire. I doubt not. Stonehenge in Saxon signifies the hanging of stones, right? That's what it means. Christopher Chippendale, this guy's got some stuff that he's come out with recently. Stonehenge Complete gives the derivation of the name as Stonehenge is coming from the Old English words stone and hang. Right, we already read that. The henge portion is given its name to the class of monuments known as henges. Okay. Early history, Mike Parson Pearson, leader of the Stonehenge Riverside Project. Okay, so this is one of the teams that I told you about earlier that did the dating, the redo, that came up with a different answer than the other team that did the same thing. They were supposed to do the same thing. He notes that Stonehenge appears to have been associated with burial from the earliest period of its existence. Stonehenge was a place of burial from its beginning. Its zenith in mid-3rd century BC, the cremation burial dating to Stonehenge's sarsen stones is likely just one of many of the later period of the monument's use and demonstrates that it was still very much a domain of the dead. It evolved in several construction phases, spanning at least 1,500 years. So they say that they kept changing it. And that seems, again, strange to me, that you would not construct a stone circle that large, put the stones up, and then realize, oh, we messed up, let's move it. Let's move these stones a little bit because we're off a little bit. And there's no such thing as enough change that would happen in that amount of time. Now, is there enough change that in 5,000 years it should be off? Yeah, half a degree or something. But in the time that they're building it, they basically say that the stones were placed, then they were redug and moved, then they were redug and moved. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Because if you're going to go 400 miles to grab rocks, and even further if you're going to Ireland, then, but you were not as sure as you thought you were about the alignments, so you placed all those rocks, stood them up and everything, and then said, oops, we're off? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Seems like something else is going on there. Dating and understanding the various phases of activity are complicated by the disturbance of the natural chalk and periglacial effects and animal burrowing, poor quality early excavation records, a lack of accurate scientifically verifiable dates. The modern phasing most generally agreed to by archaeologists is detailed below. Features mentioned in the text are numbered and shown on the right, on the plan right. Okay, let me go down a little bit before. So before the monument, archaeologists have found 4 and possibly 5 large Mesolithic post holes. One may have been a natural tree throw, which date to around 8000 BC. So they found post holes that date to 8000 BC. Beneath the nearby old tourist car park, in use until 2013, these held pine forests around 2 feet 6 inches in diameter, which were erected and eventually rolled into place. 3 of these posts, and possibly 4, were in the east-west alignment, which had been the ritual significance. Another Mesolithic astronomical site is Britain's Warren Field and Aberdeenshire, which is considered the world's oldest lunisolar calendar, corrected yearly by observing the midwinter solstice. Similar but later sites have been found in Scandinavia. Okay, let's keep going. Salisbury Plain was still wooded, but 4,000 years later, during the earlier Neolithic, people built a causeway enclosure at Robin Hood's Ball and Long Barrow tombs in the surrounding landscape. And they say that, and like they dig up these tombs. There's like 4 people in there. You call that a tomb? I guess maybe. Other previously overlooked stone and wooden structures and burial mounds date back as far as 4000 BC. Charcoal from the Blickmead camp, 1.5 miles from Stonehenge, has been dated to 4000 BC. Again, that means nothing to me. That you found charcoal 1.5 miles from Stonehenge. Okay. There's people that live there, so they probably burn things. Great. That doesn't tell us anything about the date that the rocks were placed there. There's no written record of it. There's nothing other than Merlin. Let's keep going. So it says here, Stonehenge 1, circa 3100 BC, so we're talking 5,000 years ago. The first monument consisted of a circular bank and ditch enclosure made of the late Cretaceous Centonian age out of Seaford chalk, measured about 360 feet in diameter with a large entrance to the northeast and a smaller one to the south. This is the first stage, is dated to about 3100 BC, after which the ditch began to slip up naturally. Within the outer edge of the enclosed area is a circle of 56 pits about 3.3 feet in diameter known as the Awberry Holes. The 17th century antiquarian who was thought to have first identified them. These pits and the bank and the ditch together are known as the palisade or gate ditch. Keep going. The pits may have contained standing timbers, creating a timber circle, although there is no excavated evidence of them. A recent excavation has suggested that the Aubrey holes may have originally been used to erect a bluestone circle. If this were the case, it would advance the earliest known stone structure at the monument by some 500 years. Keep going. In 2013, a team of archaeologists led by Parker Pearson excavated more than 50,000 cremated bone fragments from 63 individuals buried at Stonehenge. These remains were originally buried individually in the Aubrey holes, but were exhumed in 1920 during an excavation by William Howley, who considered them unimportant and in 1935 reburied them together in one hole. Aubrey Hole 7. Physical and chemical analysis of the remains has shown that the cremated were almost equally men and women, and included some children. There is evidence that the underlying chalk beneath the graves was crushed by a substantial weight, so a team concluded that the first bluestones brought from Wales were probably used as grave markers. Radiocarbon dating of the remains has put the date of the site 500 years earlier than previously estimated to around 3000 BC. A 2018 study of the strontium content of the bones found that many of the individuals buried there around the time of the construction had probably come from near the source of the bluestone in Wales and had not extensively lived in the area of Stonehenge before death. So if they know that, again, that's up to you if you want to believe that. But some of these things are such a stretch of what I think would be capable of when dating organic material that has been in the ground based on the carbon content. They say they can do it with wood. Again, wood is a questionable one. I mean, a tree could be many years old. And so we're dating the wood, but considering the wood the date that the stones were erected. What? If you found timber, how do you know the age of the tree that the timber came from? That's what you're dating. You're dating the tree, not the rocks. But people will make it sound like it's just, well, we found this date of this piece of wood. It's this date, so therefore the stones were put there around then. That's not fact. That's just, again, like I talked about earlier, that's leading you, it's giving you something to think about, but it doesn't mean you have to accept that as fact, because it certainly isn't fact at all. So that's what I'm trying to say. So, I used to run, I'm just a side thought real quick. I used to run from anything that challenged what I thought I knew, but now I want to go after that. I want to chase it, right? I want to look into it further and kind of see if the evidence actually leads me to the same answer that people got. Now, I might learn that by doing that over and over and over and over and over again, that I always end up at the answer that has been arrived at. But as we've seen with San Bernardino, as we've seen with other things, often I find that the evidence leads me somewhere else. And so I think I'm in the right to not go by with the mainstream if the evidence doesn't tell me what the mainstream says. There is no evidence to me of what the mainstream opinion of Stonehenge is, that it's a fact. Meaning they have to tell me how those blocks got there. If their answer is just, well, they put them on sleds and dragged them, then I'm sorry, that doesn't make sense. I mean, there's that guy I told you about that does the, see if I actually saved it for you. There's the guy I told you that does the moving of large things. And he actually has a speed that he can move a block as big as a Stonehenge block. I can't remember what it was. It's like a certain amount of feet per hour. But I mean, if we did the calculation on moving a stone 400 miles, I think we'd be surprised at how long this would take. And then, the problem with that is you have to have logistics. So you can't just send a bunch of people to go bring some stones. Like, where's the food coming from? And we have no record that this kind of human endeavor even happened in those days. There was no collective group doing things together with logistics where they had food and rations and water, and there's just no example of that that we've seen. So again, could that be because there's no writing then? It's possible, but usually people would write about it in the future, and they didn't. Nobody's ever written about it or said how they did this at all. So is this trying to find this one exactly? I might not be able to find that right now. Trying to remember. It's called like We Finally Know How Stonehenge Was Built. Let me see if I can find. Here we go. This one. And
hey, 42 here.
Hey.
There are few places.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can find this part about this guy who did this, supposedly.
Of standing stones. These giant chunks of rock, known as megaliths,
let me start it here.
That be plains. But these silly Neolithic buggers only went and made their lives more difficult by being exceedingly picky about the provenance of their materials. The lighter bluestones were transported from the Preseli Hills in southwest Wales, a whopping 155-mile jaunt from Stonehenge. The 20 to 30 ton sarsen stones were only brought down from Marlborough, a mere 20-mile journey, but even with this short trip, 30-ton blocks definitely fall into the excess luggage category. Furthermore, Stonehenge was built around 3000 BC, predating the arrival of the recently invented wheel in Britain by roughly 500 years. So how did they do it? The most recent idea is that the lighter bluestones were transported by water, somehow shipped along the Bristol Channel, which seems fairly logical. However, from there on, evidence for the remaining land journey and construction phase become a little hazy. Being built in those bad old days before the wheel, archaeological theorists speculate that log rollers were used to shift the massive boulders over the undulating landscape. Vast numbers of logs were repeatedly lifted and relayed to create an endless conveyor belt. Once in place, the stones were thought to have been raised by digging pits and constructing pulley systems consisting of large wooden A-frames.
So I mean, this is the mainstream belief. So again, if somebody has the ability to see this and say, I don't think so. I think that's okay. And I think it should be celebrated because just settling for that story, which doesn't make any sense. You could not move all those blocks by, well, we had some ropes and some timber. There's no roads. You're moving this over marshy ground.
And ropes woven from plant fibers. Still, this all seems an extraordinary feat and rather enterprising for a society that was a full 1,000 years away from smelting bronze and sticking said lump on stick to better kill other man who still has rock on stick. So, naturally, others have turned to more imaginative theories. Presenting the 42 may or may not have built Stonehenge Hall of Fame.
I want to find this guy here.
He really was a nut job. He distributed Crypt Project.
Get his name.
He only worked under the cover of night and alone, allowing no curious locals to catch a passing.
Oh, he's talking about the guy with Coral Castle, which I think has been explained now quite easily. But let's keep going.
Glimpse. Lead Skeleton was building himself a castle from nearby limestone and coral rock. Furthermore, carving and lifting car-sized rocks into place, all by himself, wasn't enough. He claimed he was using no modern machinery, only primitive tools and wooden frames. Naturally, the locals all had the same thought. What the holy hell is that Latvian lunatic doing over there? And he really was a nut job. He distributed pamphlets around the community containing snippets of his political opinions and social critiques, such as, "The schools and churches are cheapening the girls. They are arranging picnics, are coupling up the girls with the fresh boys, and then they send them out to the woods, parks, beaches, and other places so they can practice in first-degree lovemaking." Remember how only a minute ago I claimed it would be impossible for a tuberculosis-ridden skinny little man to construct? These were all theories tossed around by locals and passed down through the decades. Sadly, the answer was no, no, and definitely no. Leedskillen may have been a shovel short of a moat, but he was a dab-hand engineer. He meticulously constructed a block and tackle hoist, mounted on a large tripod made from large tree trunks, enabling him to lift and maneuver the stone blocks sans levitation. The various pulleys and levers from which are on display in the on-site museum today. It was also pointed out that the composition of the limestone and coral rocks he used were lighter than those of other ancient standing stones, weighing in at a mere 15 tons. So it turns out that a middle-aged American could not have constructed weighty megaliths like Stonehenge by himself. Unless, of course, your name is Wally Wallington, a retired construction worker and carpenter from Michigan. Wallington developed a fascination with moving heavy objects by himself. I mean, I suppose there are stranger hobbies somewhere. Wallington began moving heavy blocks of stone after discovering a nifty trick. If he placed a...
So again, with this one, because this is the possibility of how they... I mean, again, you cannot place rocks under stones like that in a field, right? Could you do it on a road? Could you do it on some sort of hard top, blacktop, some sort of paved road? Maybe, but we're not talking about that. They want us to believe that these bricks were moved, these rocks were moved, when you're just talking about marshy mud.
A single rounded pebble underneath the block. He could rotate it indefinitely, single-handed, with little effort, no matter its weight. Doubling down on this outstanding achievement, he added a second pebble and realized that by rotating the block a half turn in each direction, sequentially, he could move a 1-ton block horizontally at 91 meters per hour. Wally was on a roll, well, more like a pivot, but he would soon be rolling.
So 91 meters per hour, 1 ton, but what did they say? The smallest blocks were like 15 tons. So I mean, again, you'd have to have quite a lot of people with provisions because it's going to take a while. You're talking about 91 meters, so you're talking about moving 270 feet per hour. Again, that's probably through something paved, not through the grassy, not through the marshy. But even 270 feet per hour would be, let's just get this real quick. I'm just trying to see these numbers. Hey, where's my, there it is, my calculator. So if we're going 270 feet per hour and we have people that never sleep, so we go by 24, that's, so 6,480 feet per day. So a mile per day. Again, in perfect situation, you know, a mile per day. And that's, I think that's such a stretch. Again, you're talking about, look at the field right there. Imagine having to move the blocks through that field. You couldn't use a little rock underneath there. It's going to sink. The rock's going to be just immediately pushed under the rock. The little pebble, I mean. So there's still no decent answer of how you could have any team moving that item when, if you're able to just move that slowly, you're talking about people spending their whole lives basically to get these blocks. And that's what we're talking about, one block. So you have to realize there's all these blocks. Now, if this was some sort of enterprise of a bunch of people, like the pyramids or something like that, where they're saying they use slave labor or anything like that, and there's writing about it, there is nobody who's told us how these bricks got moved. So if it was thousands of people involved, wouldn't there be some sort of recollection, some sort of writing about it, rather than just somebody saying it was done by magic? I think that there would be. I would think that the people who put it there would tell their children, would tell their grandchildren, would tell others of exactly the reason for it. We don't have that. So it does make you start to think about the idea of, was this put there by a people before us, before some cataclysm, and then there was a cataclysm and it remains? That's a possibility, right? I don't know why you would put that away right away. I think you should contemplate it. That could there be something written in the knowledge of these stones? And as now we're finding out where each of the stones came from, we are learning that had to be done for a reason. You would not bring stones from 400 miles away when you don't need to. There's stones close by. I mean, if you look at the map, let me just show you this. So we could bring maps, we could pull this back and just look at not very far. And I mean, you know, here, these are all like, you can just look in here for quarries. I mean, you can see where they're cutting out land. There's all kinds of places that are rock cutouts, whatever you want to call them, quarries, I guess that's what they're called. They're all over this area. So it's not like they needed to go further to get rocks. They could have found them. Where am I at here? See if I've got this spot. Maybe it's way further over here. I'm trying to remember where I saw these up in here somewhere. There's just all these quarries, and you can just see that they're cut out of the picture I showed you, right? Of them with that brick. And even closer. I mean, you can go within 10 miles and there's stuff that's rocks here. So this is a 10-mile circle, right? So within here, you can find other places where they've already started to cut out parts of the hillsides. And there's rock around there. So we have to start asking the question of why then would they go to these stretches? So it had to be for a reason. That's what I'm trying to get across. Okay, there has to be some reason why ancient people would go so far and bring something so far, unless they wanted us to know that. So somebody let's again pretend that there's some sort of advanced civilization that's here that knows something's about to happen, whether it's a catastrophe or whatever. And they say, because again, it can't be as simple as, oh, they were building a solar observatory. No, they weren't. Now they've lined it up and it does match, the equinox, or it matches the midsummer sunrise. But the problem with that idea is it doesn't take rocks from 400 miles away. It doesn't take that at all. So we then have to ask the question, and nobody's ever answered this in the mainstream, why those rocks? Why would they bring them from that far away? Same thing if it was some sort of a hoax, you have to ask the same question. Now, it could be for the reason of wanting people to question it when it's so simply just, oh, we did it with our cranes in 1950. But again, there's no evidence of that. Still, we don't know how those rocks got there. Now, there is some people who question whether or not it could be some sort of glacial thing, because we are pretty far north, right? I mean, is this 50 degrees north, or what is it? So 50 degrees north. So, I mean, that's as far south as I was at Punta Arenas. So, I could tell you right now, I haven't looked at this yet, but if we go to June 21st, you're going to see the opposite but same sunset that I saw in Antarctica. I could tell you already because I've been to 51 degrees south. So we're going to go here to June. Whoops, wrong date. Take that off. June. What does this say? 25, 6. Let me go to June. Why does it say 1-1? Oh, these are all years. There we go. Back one. How fast is that moving? That's days. There we go. There we go. So that's a month. And there we go. February, March, April, May. We're going to go June 21st about. June. Go back. June 21st. Okay, here's June 21st. So if we get down here at Stonehenge. Hello? I did already pick that. June 21st. Click. Thank you. Now we get down here. So again, I can tell you that the sunset is going to be to our northwest. We're going to look here north. Let me get down here on the ground. This is just incredible to me. I know it's probably not a lot of flat earthers that watch me anymore. Probably because they know I'm going to show them how we know that the Earth's not flat. But here, now if we look to the northwest, which is going to be about here-ish, because remember what's happening now on December 21st is the sun's coming very shallow here at 51 degrees south. It's going to barely dip under the horizon a little bit, just like that, and that's going to rise here in the northeast very quickly, probably within 3-4 hours, because I've seen it in the south, and I know the opposite is true in the north. So now we come around. Let's get it up a little bit more here. One more. Okay, there. So here's we watch the sun come. It's going to come at an angle like this. And we're looking northwest. There we go. So here comes the sun. Now, how did I know that? Other than I've been to the south and I know it's the opposite in the north. So there's the angle, very sharp. It's going just under the horizon, just like I saw the light going from the south, right to left. Now you're going to look at the horizon. You're going to see the sun go right across the north. There it goes, and rise there, left to right now, here in the northeast. Oops, we went a little too far. There you go. So again, that makes sense in the north, in any kind of flat earth world. Now imagine the opposite happens in the south from 51 degrees south. If you don't realize what that means, I don't know if anybody can help you. I don't know. You're seeing the same thing, but upside down 6 months later in the south. I saw the same thing. I saw this. Well, let me kind of play it backwards. I saw this, and then it went south, and then we all turned here, and then it rose here the next morning, right, like that. Okay, but again, I'm rewinding it because obviously it's going backwards in time. That actually went this way. So anyway, just wanted to point that out. I didn't know it was at 50. That's as farthest. That's where I was south. It's 51 degrees. I think we were at 53, but what I'm basically saying is it's kind of the same. And again, once you see that, once you've realized, I moved far away from there. Okay, so let's go here. If you saw the sun here, and then you started to work that way, you would eventually realize, so if we start going this way, you'd say, wait, if I go 69 miles, that sun will go up by 1 degree. Okay, so I don't even know how fast we're traveling here, or where we're traveling. Let's get up a little bit more. Okay, go here. So as we travel this way, come on. I don't know how much we're moving, but you can see that the sun's going to be adjusting. And if we go way far, let me get this measuring stick. Oops, how far was that? That was 48 miles. So if we go to the end of my measuring stick there and you measure it again, if it was 69 miles, we would be able to look up and see that the sun has gone up by 1 degree. And then you would kind of realize, oh, wait a second, if I keep going, the sun's going to eventually be at a place that when I run this thing forward, it never sets, right? Oh, sorry, I should have been going where the north is. So if you turn to the north, you got to go north or south when you're doing the 69 miles. Sorry, my bad on that one. There, now when you're north, and you see now when you start traveling towards it, you're going to get it to come up. You see how it's moving up? Look at the stars. See how the stars are moving up? Sorry, this is for flat earthers if there's any left in the world, which I think there is, unfortunately. But as you go this way, you'll notice that those stars are rising. And what would happen if you kept going? Well, the sun's going to rise. And then if that's the lowest that the sun goes, then if that's the lowest it goes and it's now above the horizon, then how does it set? Well, it doesn't, right? So this is very slow. Move this way. Can I get you go faster than that? How fast are we moving? What are we at? 59, 60, 61. Yeah, so we're moving. Okay. So as you go this way, again, all those stars are rising up. They would rise up exactly exactly 1 degree for every 69 miles that you move towards it. And again, you can see it getting light outside because we're about to get to the daytime as the sun's going to rise above. Oops. And probably the sun needs to come back a little bit. There we go. So now it's already above the ground. So you'll see now that we are in a place where the sun is, we've headed north. We're at now 78 degrees north. And now, of course, on June 22nd, the sun will never set. Okay, and it's just going to go around you, and you'll notice that this is almost identical to what I saw because it's almost at the exact same place. I'm at 78 degrees north, and I was at 89 or 80 degrees south. So that it's going to be slightly off, but this is why when somebody said that Austin said recently that he was in Antarctica, but he can't verify exactly where we were. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. The sun does something that it's required to do at that location. And you can tell if it does that, then you're at the location they say. Okay. So that sun just circles around you. So imagine, once you've seen that, if you can then go to the south 6 months later and watch the opposite happen in the sky, you know where you live. You know the shape of the earth. There is no question because there's no other shape that matches it. People, oh, that's a false binary. If it's not flat, then it means it's a globe. No, if it's not flat, it means it's something other than flat. And if there is a model that it answers everything, that's probably the right one, right? So the one that says, oh yeah, you will see things upside down. Oh yeah, the sun will set the opposite direction. Yeah, the sun goes right to left and left to right. So, and even crazier than that, just one more thing, just to finish this off because I do think it's important. In the whole scheme of things, is people I don't think get yet that we're talking about. Let's look at the sunset. We're going to spin around here to the west. And, oops, where did I go? Getting dizzy. Go to the west. The west. Thank you. So if we're here and we watch the same sunset. Okay, so we're going to get down here. Come on, get a little more west. Thank you. All right, so we're on June 23rd here. Okay, so if we see the sun come through here, are we still too far north? Yes. Let me get a little bit further south. We're still where the sun doesn't set. I want to get where it does set. Let's get down. That's good. In here. So we're outside the Arctic Circle now, so we can expect it to set. Let's go here. Okay, so we go here and we look up at the west. Okay, and we see this come around. Thank you. It's going to be to the north here. Get down. All right. If you're too high, then the sun doesn't set anywhere. Come on through there. Okay, so when you see the sun here, so remember, this person is looking west, watching the sunset. Oh, there it goes. It sets. Okay. So you'll see clearly that that sun sets left to right, right? Left to right. Okay, great. If somebody's watching that same sun, it's the same day. We're not changing the day. There's only one sun, despite what you might hear from other people. There's only one sun. If we move now drastically to the south, oops, that's the wrong direction. Thank you. Back over there. Okay, so if we move now to the south, and we get to where we are here, we're 33 degrees north, 32, go faster, 24, oops. Get down there. Okay, so now we are at 7 degrees south, 8 degrees south, 12 degrees south. Let's get down to somewhere significant, like maybe 35. Okay, good. Now we're turning to the west. So remember, two people are watching the same sunset at the same time. Okay, remember, we're same day. There's no difference here. It's the same sun. This person also looking west to watch the sun. And where is it going to be going? Well, imagine that. It's going to be this way. Okay, and come back this way. So when the sun sets like this, again, remember, we just saw it from the north going left to right. How then does this guy see it going right to left? Well, there is no way you can ever answer that on a flat earth. Just letting you know that. You'll never be able to answer it because it's a paradox. You've got two people both looking west at one item, but the item is going in two different directions. How is that possible? Well, the answer is it only is possible on one shape, and that would mean the globe Earth. Because in the south, you are angled at such a way, best way I can describe it is to kind of back this up and show you. Because it's only a ball that causes you to do that. So here we are at the equator, looking to the west. Get up. Come on, bend the right way. Okay, so here's a good way to look at it. Remember, if we're here, the sun's going to usually kind of cut straight up and down. Now, not exactly. You're going to notice here it's going to go slight, but you wouldn't be able to notice this. Okay, so see how it's setting? Looks pretty up and down, right? You can tell by the way that's coming into the screen and then going out a little bit, kind of a little bit right to left. But somebody who just sees the sun going straight up and down means they're at the equator. Even if you change, oops, go back this way. So if we go here and watch this whole time, you'll notice that the sun just goes up and down because we're on the equator. So that's what they see. Now, by just moving to the one side or the other, remember, you're on a ball. So let me go back up here. So by moving to the right, here, now we're tilted as opposed to the orbit of the sun, or actually we're spinning in the sun's, it's going to depend on your place on the earth. But you'll now see that the sun clearly goes left to right. Okay. And by moving to the south, now you'll notice it just flips that over. And now clearly, stop. Thank you. And now clearly we're going to see it go the other way, right to left. See that? Right to left. So it is a function of the sphere. It is a feature of the sphere. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. Just wanted to show you that as it pertained. But anyway, back to Stonehenge. We were talking about them being at 51 degrees north. And if you go to the Stonehenge circle, again, hopefully it makes sense what I'm saying about, I've even heard people question whether it is astronomically aligned anyway, in the fact that it could have just gotten kind of lucky, because it's not that difficult to do. And they make it sound like, oh, it's astronomically aligned to this and is also to the summer solstice in the south. Well, yeah, but that's the opposite. So if you've aligned your circle to the rising sun on Midsummer Day or at the solstice, then of course you've aligned it to the opposite. Make sense? And what is the answer for that on any flat earth? There's one. It's just a sphere that would do that causes the opposite to happen. North, south, features of the globe. Okay. So meaning that if you go there and you watch the sunset this way, and then you're like, okay, well then the opposite would be the winter sunset would be directly 180 from you. Okay. So let's get out of, we don't need that open anymore. Nope. Discard. Okay. Back to this. Was he done? I think we were almost done with this guy.
Next, he built ridged roads from wood.
So this is, again, a great idea, and I could see how it works, but there's no evidence of this at all. So we do have ways that theoretically somebody could move large blocks into place, but there's no evidence of it other than the blocks are where they're at.
Ridge being the same width as the stone block. Mechanically, this contraption was simple, but it meant when the block began to roll, its momentum and weight kept it moving. Archimedes famously said, "Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world."
Yeah, but he wasn't moving, 20-ton blocks through the marsh in the UK.
Well, old Wally Wallington was a budding Greek polymath himself, because he said, "Give me a rock and I'll move your barn, mate." That's right, he moved his friend's 30 by 50 foot barn 274 meters by himself. Naturally, the next step was to construct his own Stonehenge. He had mastered moving stone, but not raising them.
So this is, I'm sure you've heard this idea before, that they used a teeter-totter.
He devised a seesaw that used counterweights to enable him to stand gigantic blocks single-handed. So, could a middle-aged chap from Michigan have answered the question posed by archaeologists for centuries? That is, how were these monumental stone circles built?
So is that the answer in your mind? In my mind, it is not, right? So that we can move something today, like a barn, a certain distance on flat ground, is not an answer for how ancient people who were just farmers who couldn't read or write, didn't even know writing existed, probably, and there's no record of any kind of civilization like that. There's no markings. That seems highly unlikely. So back to, it might be confusing you about where's Sharon going here. Back to that guy who wrote his book. Did I have it up here? Let me see here. Inigo. I don't remember his name being Ionis, but anyway. Let me get to page 16 where he says something very interessante. Speaking of the show name. Page 16, 13, 14, 15. Okay, let me see here. And he's kind of laying out a lot of these problems. So, trying to find it here. I do like what he has a lot to say that really, really is good. For a guy writing in 1700, I just really agree with him on a lot of these things. But he's saying basically here, like authors, so much contrariety, so little certainty is among them, who, when they could not search out the truth, indeed, labored to bring forth narrations invented by themselves without a reason or authority, delivering, saith Camden, their several opinions, rather with a certain pleasant variety to give contentment to their readers, than with any care or judgment to find out the truth of things. I think this is the case of a lot of historical writing, and we take them for fact. It's like how many people take what Pliny the Elder said or Josephus said. I mean, Josephus was under Jewish control. So, when he wrote the histories of the Jews, can you really take that as being history? Well, please take it with a grain of salt, because it's not going to be true history. History is written by the winners, right? So, again, here's another example. History is written by the winners. The winners have never written about Stonehenge. So does that tell us possibly that the losers were those who built Stonehenge? Right? If you built Stonehenge and then were defeated in some war, then that stuff was erased, then nobody would know who you were or how it was built. And that seems to be what has taken place, or it seems to be, there's evidence of that, because we don't have any evidence from them. So then it could tell us that they lost some sort of war and it was erased. See where I'm at here. Trying to find this part. Some others, again, especially the most ancient and authentic British historians who lived in the ages next succeeding those, wherein Stonehenge might probably be first erected, have wholly passed it over with silence. In like manner, Venerable Beattie, William Malmesbury, Roger something, and others speak nothing thereof, as happily willing rather to decline it altogether than deliver us with a frivolous conjecture, and in so doing cost a blemish upon their other labors. Neither is it improbable that most the ancient authors, considering the times wherein they wrote, upon first springing up of Christian religion here, might through zeal unto the true God, forbear to commemorate such posterity places designed for idolatrous uses, endeavoring. So now he's saying, could it be that when the Christians came here, they saw that Stonehenge was used for idolatrous purposes and said, we just won't write about it at all? That's highly unlikely, right? Would they just ignore it? Say, we're not going to write about that at all, even though it's going to be here and people are going to ask questions about it? Rather to suppress the memory thereof and to make succeeding generations solicitous therein, that the infantry of divine worship, to illustrate it, the magnificence of the heathens for building such notable structures to their false gods. Insomuch I find very little or no mention of all the British stories, except for by Geoffrey Mammoth, some who follow him, and by some authors only, as our most judicious writers hold in many things, either merely fabulous or overladen with malicious and accidental untruths. Such relations, nevertheless, are they make thereof, I shall endeavor to deliver in my own words, reducible to two conjectures, viz., either that Stonehenge was erected by Ambrosius, which is the Merlin story, in ancient times, king of Britain, in memory of the British nobility, perfidiously slain at a treaty. This is where all these British people were killed, and so they constructed a memorial to those Britons that died, and then the other second one is the Gerardus Cambrensis, whatever, curiously diligent in his relations to the miracles in Ireland, amongst other strange things in those parts, reckons up this antiquity Stonehenge. Fuit, he's reading as in Latin, get back here. There were in Ireland in ancient times a pile of stones worthy of admiration, called the Giant's Dance, because giants from the remotest parts of Africa brought them to Ireland, and in the plains of Kildare, not far from the castle of the Nais, as well by force of art, okay, notice that, as strength miraculously set them up. These stones, according to the British story, procured Merlin by supernatural means to bring from Ireland into Britain, and that he might leave some famous monument, and so great a treason to, after all ages in some order and art, as they stood formerly, set them up, where the flower of the British nation fell by the cutthroat practice of the Saxons, and where under the pretense of peace, they secured the youth of the kingdom by murderous design and were slain. So he's saying those are the two options. It appears that Ranulf of Chester gave to strange stories, had not much confidence in this, and according to Geoffrey Mammoth, I should set it down. I presume you will be of this mind, but I affect no such conceits. They are neither fitting my discourse nor your perusal. Nevertheless, seeing none of them tell us by what ways, or arts, giants, as they will have it, brought them from the remotest parts of Africa into Ireland, for it seems they could not handsomely find a Merlin to help them in doing so. Right, Merlin was just there to take them the other way. I shall take so much leave, following Geoffrey Mammoth's steps, as to give you at least some part of the story and relate, according to their opinions, how they came from Ireland hither. After Geoffrey Mammoth's discourse under the utter Pendragons, which is King Arthur's father, I believe, victory over the Irish, with whom Merlin, forsooth, a great army, were sent by Ambrosius to fetch the giant's dance. Again, he's speaking in Latin. Having found such structure from joy, they fell into admiration, and standing all of them, gaze about it. Merlin draws near, and thus bespeaks them. Use now your utmost strength, young men, that at taking away these stones you may discover whether art to strength or strength to art gives place. Whether art to strength or strength gives place to art. At his command, therefore, they bring several sorts of engines and address themselves to pulling it down. Some ropes, some cables, some had made lathers ready, that what they so desired might be effected, but in no wise able to achieve their purpose. Whatever that says. Still looking for the English here. Okay. Lastly, when they had all things in ready, hardly to be believed it is, with what facility he took them down. Being taken down, he caused them to be carried to the ships and embarked, so that they with joy began to return towards Britain. So basically, they had a bunch of people who tried it and couldn't get him to move at all. They tried ropes, they tried pulleys. Then they just called Merlin, and Merlin said some magic word, hocus pocus. And then somehow, but he's saying here, hardly to be believed it is, nobody knows the facility with which he took them down. They just got taken down. Leaving it for us to suppose that as a small labor they were disembarked off boats, and then brought from their landing place to Salisbury Plain. All of it seems done by Merlin's spells, but of this too much. Right. Nevertheless, as I contemn fables, so do I embrace and take pleasure in the truth of history. And therefore, that which concerns the slaughter of the British nobility by treason, by Hengist, commander of the Saxons, as a greater movement, and truth, I shall more freely relate, and Geoffrey Mammoth's authority in this treacherous slaughter of the Britons, though I suspect not as much as Niminus, I don't know what that is, and others that affirm the same, yet because he was the first after so many, and so ancient authors. By the way, there's numerous tellings of that same story. It's not just one time in one book. You can find it throughout 1100, 1200, several recollections of this Merlin story that fathered their Stonehenge movement, and an Ambrosius founder thereof, and therefore must trace him and his followers therein. I will give you the history likewise from him. And thus it was, here we go, that Hengist, upon his return with the new supplies into Britain, finding Vortigern beyond expectation restored to the crown, and withal greatly alienated in his affections towards him, prepared for his defense the force of arms, but whether he thought himself too weak, or that he rather sought to be especially revenged by the British nobility, who had wholly unriveted his designs, or both, he thought it would be no difficult matter to delude him by a treaty, whom formerly he had so easily beguiled with his niece, to which purpose he makes an overture to compose the enmities betwixt them at a parley, and the king, accepting it, appoints Amesbury town their meeting place. We go here. The prefixed day to come, they all, without delay, met in the aforesaid town, and began their treaty for peace. When therefore Hengist saw fit time for execution of his intended treason, he cried out, giving the word, Nemet, something, blah, 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 take your sea axes, a kind of crooked knife, with which the Saxons then carried closely in their pocket, and forthwith seized upon Vortigern, and held him by his robe. The Saxons then, quickly hearing it, drew forth their knives, and fell upon Britons standing by, with whom part noblemen, part officers of the state. Expecting no such design, they thought they were there for a treaty. They slew 460 of them, whose corpses wholly eldad according to the custom, and with the relation of the Saxons' treachery, and it wholly destroys the opinion commonly received, that they said the treaty with the Saxons, the massacre of the Britons, and likewise their internment, were at Stonehenge, and in that memory, those matters so transacted there, Ambrosius in the same place erected this antiquity. Wherefore I much wonder our modern historians should cite aforesaid authors in confirmation thereof, especially when they affirm directly that the treaty was held in that town and that British nobility fell by treason there. Right? And we pursue Geoffrey Mammoth's story explaining himself positively concerning the place. And the Saxons drew their knives. We already read that part. What does it say? And their burial, affirming plainly that they were buried by a metropolitan of those times. I don't know what that means. Even in a churchyard, as Christians should. There is not one word mentioned, I pray observe, of Salisbury Plain, where this antiquity Stonehenge remains throughout all their stories. So you really don't have any good history of Stonehenge at all, right? We don't have anything. We have a story of fantasy of Merlin doing it, and then the second story is one that has no connection to history at all. I mean, there's no mention of Stonehenge at that place at all. But it is objected, although they were buried at the monastery, the monument for their memory might be set up elsewhere in a place, right? So he's saying, but maybe they were destroyed over there, and then they said, we're going to set up the monument over on the plains of Salisbury where Stonehenge is. Trophies were erected by the Romans, whose custom, Ambrosius, living long time amongst them, knew very well, I answer, is supposed by Bede to be the best authors descended from the Romans. So, like I said, it appears to me, if you were to ask me, Jaron, what do you believe? I believe that it was set up by the Romans in probably the year around 50 to 100 AD. So much more recent. And I think it was set up by people who had the ability to do so, which would be Romans who were building aqueducts, who were building lots of things. That makes more sense. Once you start saying that, it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And is it some sort of trophy? And then you'll notice that what the Romans did is they wiped out people and then they erased their history. Okay, that's what the Romans have done through history. And then they told us the story of those people through their own writings. And that's what we have to go off of because the winners write history. So Rome got to write the history of many of these places because there is no writing before them. So keep going here real quick. But it's objected, although they were buried at the monastery, the monument for their memory might be set up elsewhere in a place more proper and more conspicuous even, as in the most properly conspicuous places where the great actions happened. Trophies were erected by the Romans, whose customs, and living Ambrosius living amongst them, knew very well, I answer, is supposed by Bede as the best authors descended from the Romans, who living many years under the subjection in foreign parts, had fully informed his judgment, no doubt, with whatever customs, civil or martial, then in use amongst them. For though the Romans in those times had utterly lost all knowledge of the arts, questionless civil and martial customs in some sort continued with them. Nevertheless, if Ambrosius did erect a monument for the British nobility, he rather doubtlessly endeavored to observe the rules of his own religion, being a Christian, than the heathenish customs of his ancestors. However, in erecting it at a place of their interment, he pursued both. As for Christians honoring the posterity of their famous men after death, it being so well known, I need not relate it. And as concerning the ancient Romans matter in burying their emperors, and those that had triumphant, and otherwise deserved well of the commonwealth, though they burned their bodies abroad, the place of sepulture for their ashes was within the city, monuments to their memory being erected upon the same place were buried. So was Publica honored, so the Fabridi, the Caesars, and others, and after the same fashion, it seems, was a monument to the British nobility, if any, set up where they were interred, as in the place that all others must prosper for it. All their considerable circumstances touching their deaths happened like in that manner. And this, it's saying it is true that we know that the Romans set up trophies for great victories in the most eminent places where those victories were obtained, as the trophy for Cassius Marius, his vanquishing the Cimbrians in the most notable place where the memorable field was fought. Also, the trophy dedicated to the memory of Augustus Caesar, that by happy conduct all the Alpine nations were reduced to Roman obedience, was erected in the most conspicuous place in the Alps. Now, this martial custom considered, the British nobility being as for aforesaid historians maintain, slaughtered in the town and then buried at the monastery adjoining it. Someone of those high hills on either side of Amesbury had certainly the site to be more eminent, and the monument itself being more exposed to the daily view of travelers. If you don't know, Stonehenge is kind of in a bowl, kind of strangely. It's not like at the top of a hill like you would expect. In fact, when you look at the rising and setting sun, they take the horizon at being 2 or 3 degrees high. And that's because they're way up high. I mean, they're way down low, and the higher edges around them cause the horizon to be up higher. So that's a problem for calling it some sort of observatory. You wouldn't put an observatory in a bowl because the horizon then becomes higher than the actual real horizon, right? You're in a bowl. So that seems weird if you're saying it was built for that reason. Because there's no reason to build it there. Again, it's not like you got the blocks there. It's not like you got the stones there. So why did you decide there? Now, this martially custom considered the British nobility being as aforesaid. We read that part. Okay, this is, I think, the part. Let me get to this part here real quick. I want to check one thing. I have the page number written down here, I believe. No, not there. Hold on, there's 2 different, yeah, this one. So if we go here to P, okay, the most notable antiquity of Great Britain, vulgarly, yes. Hold on, I'm looking for this page number. I put it in here, and it's not there now. Sorry, we finally know Stonehenge, the Guardian. This one, I believe. No. One of these I have the page number written down so I could read you a specific thing. Cosmic Conspiracies, nope. Stonehenge, nope. Nope. Oh, I fell for that trap. You ever heard of the SCP? I don't know. I fell into this whole rabbit hole and then realized it's all a joke. But I did fall down there for a second. What is this one? It's a different language. Okay, okay, this one maybe. Or is this the same thing here? Quad Libremich EDU? Oh yeah, that's the same one. I wrote down the page number, but I don't know why it's not here. Thought it was in here. Let me read this real quick. He's saying here what seems to be more likely, which does seem correct, but I want to get to the place where he says at the monastery of 300 monks. Okay, we read that. Among the sepulchres found in the monastery, the bones were all firm. Monument. So in here, he makes a great point that basically says that in his research, in his studying, he can't find anywhere at any point that there's any reason to believe that this is as ancient as they say. So he believes that the Romans built it as well, or he believes that the Romans erected it. And that was kind of the consensus until somebody came along and said, no, it's way older. 3000 BC. Well, then you have to start asking, well, where's the proof of that? The only thing they have is this continued adherence to the dating method. What did I say, page 14? Let me see if we're out here. In the arts of whom they might receive the knowledge of civil conversation. So, and he goes into great detail here, talking about there is no persons at that time that even had any, we'd have no evidence that there was any kind of collective people getting together and doing something as fantastic as this, or even close, right? It's just way too. Here he's talking about the houses for the most part are of reed and wood. They didn't even know how to connect rocks. They weren't even trying that. There's no evidence of that at all. So just to place a rock structure back then, say, oh, the dating says 3000 BC. Okay, the dating says that. So where's the evidence? Well, we don't need any. The dating says that. No, but there would be evidence. So now we're just supposed to accept your carbon dating half-life theory, but shouldn't there be physical evidence that connects to that, or we just have to believe whatever dating you're told? Because we don't get to do carbon dating. Have you ever done carbon dating? Have I? No. So again, does that mean that it's false? No. But it is a problem if they're carbon dating places at a time that has no sense to reality. There's no connection there. Just because you date stuff at 3,000 years BC, well, then isn't it better to say, well, okay, you dated people and ashes and bones and stuff at 3,000 BC. Great. So people lived there. Isn't that already the consensus? Yes, people lived there before Stonehenge. Okay. So maybe that's what you're seeing there. And the stones were erected much later. And how would we know that? You're dating the things that you're finding in the ground below it. So, trying to find where it says this here. Thus you will see in what condition the inhabitants of this island lived in those ancient times, having of themselves neither desire nor ability to exercise, nor from others encouragement to attain whatever knowledge in the art of building, precepts and rules therein. They're saying, like, it's not like magically these people learned to stack stones and carry them around, and they went and did it, and then they just went back to being dumb farmers, which is what you'd have to believe, because they didn't write it down, they didn't pass this information on at all. Precepts and rules therein the Druids neither could nor would impart unto them, that they could not appears from what is formerly said. And it, by the way, this is if you've ever heard this idea that the Druids are the ones who built it, doesn't make a lot of sense. The Druids weren't there then in 3000 BC. The Druids came like 50 BC. So again, there's no writing from the Druids saying that they built it. This is just conjecture. That they could not, it appears from what is formerly said, and in what skillful above others, they communicated nothing. But to those whose own society, taking special order, as Caesar affirms, their discipline might not be divulged. Again, isn't that funny that Caesar says, oh, these Druids, they hid all their knowledge, they won't tell anybody. Or they were trying to tell everybody, you destroyed it all, killed them, and then said that about them, right? As for the colonies of any nation practiced in the arts, from whom they might receive their knowledge or civil conversation, there were none settled amongst them. Neither had they commerce or traffic or any people experience therein, much less acquaintance with any other, except for those of Gaul, well near as barbarous as themselves. So the people that were there at the time, pretty primitive, not the type of people that are going to go get rocks from 1,000 miles away. None of the Gauls in a manner had any knowledge, says Caesar, of the nature or the quality of the people of Britain, or of the places, ports, or passes of the country. He always goes into this other language. For not any went thither without imminent danger, except merchants, and they also could give accompaniment of account of it nothing, save only the sea coast, and those countries which were opposite Gaul, never any colony of the Greeks, for aught I know, saith Ortelius, was seated in Britain, and Caesar, the first of all Romans that discovered it, saith Camden. If desire, nevertheless, to know in which of these times the ancient Britons began to be civilized, when to learn the knowledge of arts and to build stately temples, palaces, public buildings, to be eloquent in foreign languages, and to be by their habits and attire attain certain qualities of a civil and well-ordered people, Tacitus shall relate the same. Oh, this is great. This is, I think, what I wanted to read. This is Tacitus's words here. So it says, the winter ensuing, being the second year of Julius Agricola, Britain, they would say, about 130 years after the first discovery thereof of Caesar, was spent in the most profitable and politic councils, saith Tacitus. For whereas the Britons were rude and dispersed, and thereby prone, upon every occasion, to war, Agricola, to introduce them to a pleasure by quietness and rest, exhorted in private, and helped them in common to build temples, houses, and places of public resort, commending those that were forwarded therein, and punishing their refractory. Moreover, the noblemen's sons he took, and instructed in the liberal sciences, preferred the wits of Britain to the students in Gaul, as being now eagerly ambitious to attain the eloquence of the Roman tongue, whereas lately they're utterly rejected that language. And after our attire grew in account, and the gown much used amongst them. When they found the Britons, they were naked. They didn't even have clothes on. They knew not to. So the people that moved those rocks didn't even wear clothes. That's what we're supposed to. You have to believe that. And so by little and little, they proceeded by provocations of vices to sumptuous galleries, both baths and exquisite banquetings. Thus, for Tacitus, now had there been but at least mention made by any author concerning the Druids instructing and training the ancient Britons in any such matter as these, which Tacitus remembers the Romans to have done. What conclusions might have been raised for them? What presumptive reasons drawn or to prove Stonehenge was a work of the Druids, or at least erected by their use? To conclude, if this authority from Tacitus only, an author esteemed by Polybus and the Latins, be thoroughly weighted, it will evidently be manifest, whatever else hath formerly been delivered, that there was no such thing in Britain before the Romans arrived here as that which we now call Stonehenge. Notice again, that there was no such thing in Britain before the Romans arrived here, which was 50 AD, as that which we now call Stonehenge. So from this, I've taken that to be pretty serious, that there's no talk, there's no written evidence that before the Romans came to Britain, that Stonehenge existed. All we get are fantastical tales told about 500 AD. Merlin, that's the time that he was around, supposedly. Again, he's a magical character. He's not even real. So, really, to believe that it's before the year zero requires of you to simply have all your faith put into the ideas of dating ashes and wood below the ground through carbon dating that you can't do, right? Now, granted, because I have a friend who carbon dates. Okay. Have you ever watched? Have you ever seen it? Have we ever done a good test to where we, again, I've told this story a million times. People hate it. I found it very weird that we had 10 PhD scientists. Believe what you want about them. You could say, oh, they're Christians. We don't listen to them, whatever. They took it upon themselves when they started hearing that these T-Rex bones were being found with tissue in them. They took a T-Rex bone, chopped into a bunch of bits, and sent it to this lab for dating. The lab dated it, sent it back, and every single piece came back between 15 and 20,000 years old. Then they were told, by the way, that was a T-Rex bone, and they got their licenses pulled. They were removed from the speaking at any events. They had their paper pulled from the annals of that scientific study, and they said, you aren't allowed to send things here anymore. You're required to tell us that those are dinosaur bones. Because, well, we just found out what happens if you don't. They came back as dated between 10 and 15,000 years. Now, or 15 and 20,000 years. Now, the problem with that is, of course, we don't carbon date dinosaur bones because they're too old. That's what they say, right? So carbon dating only goes, oh no, it's because of the half-life, I think. But it's only like 50,000 years tops, and I don't even hear people saying that's accurate. Maybe 30,000, maybe 20,000. But regardless, the point is that we know that the dating methods must be in some way compromised. If we put a bone through this dating method and it comes back at 15,000 years old, and then we're told, no, it's actually 67 million years old, but it's because you didn't tell us what the bone was before. That's kind of circular reasoning. That's a circular, you're saying. So we need to know that it's 67 million years old before we tell you it's 67 million years old. Okay. So no dinosaur bone will ever come back at 35 million years old because it's not allowed. Do you understand? It's not because they won't come back at that date. It's because once you've said it's a dinosaur bone, well, they don't even date dinosaur bones in that way. They just date dinosaur bones by the dirt around it. It's kind of funny. I mean, it's again, and I have a problem with a lot of that. And that's just because we don't have any secondary evidence of that. So again, going back to what I was saying about Stonehenge, you have to believe, if you believe it's older than zero, so if you believe they're older than 2,000 years, Stonehenge, then you are putting all your eggs in the basket of carbon dating. Okay, that's what you have to do. Now, again, you might feel comfortable in doing that. For me, I don't, because I've seen too many issues with carbon dating where they get vastly different answers. I did try and get some examples of that, and there's a few. But again, this is not something they want to report that there's, because they want to date everything with that. And you have to have something in the past to have dated that you find accurate, that you can put you can say is for sure, right? Once you have that, then you're like, okay, we can base things around that. But what is the item that they say is the for sure that they base it all on? Just the half date of carbon-14. But they've shown that any addition of carbon, anything, there could be lots of different, what do they call it? Tainted, not tainted. If there's anything else added to it or anything that's in the environment differently. And then again, you have to then believe that carbon is the same in the atmosphere at all times, and it's not. And we know that. But we have to pretend that it is, or else you can't date things. So here's the thing about carbon dating. It's the best that we've got, right? So I'm not saying anything bad about it. There's no other way to date things. So right now, the best that we have is the half-life of carbon. And again, look into that if you think that's some sort of exact science. It's not, right? It's not like, okay, there's 47 pieces of carbon here. And so the half-life it would take it down to 35 carbons. It isn't quite like that. Look into it. You'll be surprised. Just like the people who think that we date dinosaur bones. Look into it. You'll be surprised. It's not dated the way you think. I might have a quick answer for you on that one, or a quick see, is this the one here? I believe. Yes. So I'm just trying to see if this tells me where I've got that about them dating the area around it. So this one here says the Cambrio figurines. What is this? On a bright sunny morning, July 1944, a German merchant in Mexico found himself riding on horseback the lower slope of El Toro. From his elevated vantage point, he spotted some partially exposed hewn stones and a ceramic object half buried in the dirt. After climbing off his horse, he dug the stones and a few ceramic pieces out of the ground. Being somewhat archaeologically astute, he immediately realized that these artifacts were unlike anything he'd ever seen. The objects he held in his hand seemed distinctively different than those of other Indian cultures. He eventually worked out a deal with a local farmer to let him excavate this piece. Eventually, over 33,500 figurines and artifacts of ceramic and stone, including some jade, were uncovered. A key feature of this discovery was the fact that many of the artifacts were highly detailed dinosaur figurines. Charles Hapgood, a professor of history and anthropology, became interested in the figurines and decided to investigate firsthand. Initially, Hapgood was a self-confessed but open-minded skeptic. However, after witnessing the excavations, even going as far as to dictate specific locations for the workers to do the digging, and after examining the figurines personally, he became a believer. That he made his first visit to a Cambrio in 1955, returned numerous occasions, considered the following measures enacted to establish the authenticity of the Cambrio collection. Well, I'm just trying to see. I don't know why I have this highlighted for myself. When the Teledyne's Isotopes Laboratories performed dating tests on the carbon deposited during the firing on the ceramic samples submitted by Hapgood, dates of up to 4530 BC obtained. Arthur M. Young, the inventor of the Bell helicopter, who had sponsored Hapgood's investigation along with some guy Gardner, submitted artifact samples, i.e. the figures, to the University of Pennsylvania for dating. Radiocarbon dating performed by Dr. Rainey in the laboratories of the university indicated that this culture may have been developed between 6,400 and 3,500 years ago. Additional tests using thermoluminescence method of dating pottery were performed. They produced dates of up to 4,500 BP, before present, or 2,500 BC, which upset the professional archaeologists and set off within the scientific museum a controversy over the accuracy of thermoluminescence dating. Retesting was done, and it was announced that because of the anomalous factors in the clay, it would be impossible to determine an accurate date. According to David Childress, who penned the foreword of Hapgood's book, the most recent thermoluminescence testing done on those pottery fragments, taken by Bill Coate and John Tierney in the 1990s, obtained a result of 3975 before present time. Consider also the fact that the teeth from an extinct Ice Age horse, the skeleton of a woolly mammoth, and a number of human skulls were also found at the same site as the ceramic artifacts. So I later took these teeth to Dr. George Simpson, American leading paleontologist at the Museum of Natural History. He identified the teeth as, whatever that is, an extinct horse from the Ice Age. Thus, the collection of evidence had extinct animals, human skulls, and dinosaur carvings in the same culture of people. But how could this be? Right, so sorry, I was trying to find where it says, here's the dinosaur bones. And again, I understand the people that mostly are watching this now are very scientifically minded, and it's okay. It's okay. You should hear the reasons why I think the things. I'm not basing this off of just my own whims. There's evidence that shows that these things happened. For instance, the Mary Switzer, who found that there is tissue inside of T-Rex bones. Now, the belief is now, when before it was that living tissue or tissue like that can't last more than 10 or 15,000 years. Now the belief is sometimes they last 67 million years. That's the belief. Now, again, you believe that. I do not. I think there's something up here, something weird. Either those aren't T-Rex bones or T-Rex lived more recently. Because how could it be that all of a sudden we went from, these kind of tissues can't last more than 10 or 15,000 years to, sometimes they last 67 million years, just because that's what we need it to be in order for that to be true. So it says, in 1990, samples of various dinosaur bones were submitted for carbon-14 dating to the University of Arizona's Department of Geosciences, Laboratory of Isotope Geochemistry. Bones from an Allosaurus and a Acrocanosaurus were among those sent to the university testing facilities to undergo a blind dating procedure, which means that the technicians performing the test did not know that the bones had come from dinosaurs. Not realizing that the samples were the dinosaurs prevented evolutionary bias and helped ensure that the results were as accurate as possible within the recognized assumptions and limits of the C14 dating method. We have in our possession, on the official stationery of the University of Arizona, the copy of the test results for those bones. See reproduction at right. Amazingly, the oldest C4 date assigned to those bones was 16,120 years and 23,760 years for the Arcanosaurus. Both dates are a far cry from the millions of years the evolutionists suggest should be assigned to dinosaur fossils. So again, I get why the reason that they would say is because, that we don't do carbon-14 dating on bones. Right. We do, but I'm saying we do it on like human bones. We don't do it on dinosaur bones. Well, why not? Well, because we know that they're dinosaur bones. Yeah. So we do it on human bones, and the human bones give us dates that you consider accurate. But we don't do it on dinosaur bones because they give us dates that you don't consider are accurate. That should make you think. It should make you wonder why it is that we're able. That doesn't seem very scientific to me. Doesn't seem very scientific. You should be able to send bones to, there shouldn't be any tissue inside dinosaur bones. How is that possible? And Mary Switzer, if you ask her now, I don't even know what her excuse is now. Doesn't she say that iron did it or zinc or something? Let me look. Mary Switzer, explanation for T-Rex tissue. See what she says now. It was big news last year when Switzer announced that she had discovered blood vessels and structures that looked like cells inside the T-Rex bone. Yeah, but what is she? So have evolutionists solved... no, Switzer's dangerous discovery. See, everything here is a religious writing. I'm not trying to read that. I want to read the scientific point of view. Mary Switzer's explanation for the preservation of T-Rex soft tissue is that iron from the dinosaur's blood reacted with oxygen, causing proteins to cross-link and form a protective layer, which essentially encased and preserved the soft tissue for millions of years. This process is similar to how formaldehyde is used to preserve specimens, as iron can stabilize proteins against decay. Her research suggests that this natural process of iron-catalyzed preservation explains how flexible blood vessels, collagen, and even possibly red blood cells could survive the 68 million-year-old fossil. So there's an issue there. That is what science says you're not supposed to do. Right? I mean, what she's saying is basically she found something that we thought we'd previously figured out. She found that, these bones have blood in them. They have blood cells, and we can see the cells. So then they have to come up with a reason why that's there, because it's not supposed to last more than 15,000 years. So they just say, the iron preserves it, hence it lasted 67 million years. So our dinosaur bones are still correct, and we know that it's 67 million years old. That's weird. It's just weird. Because you would think, and again, what did her boss tell her, Jack Horner? You better figure this out. You better figure it out why you found soft tissue. So just key points for her explanation. Initial discovery. In 2004, Switzer discovered soft tissue, including blood vessels, and what appeared to be red blood cells inside of a T-Rex femur. The existence of such tissue in a 65 million-year-old fossil challenged previous scientific understanding, which held that organic material would have completely decayed at that point. So then they had to come up with something. But then the question becomes, does that mean that that's in all dinosaur bones, or just that one special dinosaur had the special iron? right? Because now, if we go and check, now this is something that's never been looked into. If you found a dinosaur bone before, would you look into it to see if there was cells? No. Would you look for blood vessels? Never. Because you know how old it is. But, these people trying to change it up sent those in, and that's what happened to them. Preservation mechanism. The resulting cross-linked proteins stabilized the soft tissue and acted as a protective shield against microbial decay. The hard bone itself provided further protection for the... So again, that seems very one-off-ish to me. Again, am I saying that dinosaurs are 10,000 years old? Nope. But I'm saying that if we do start finding that these bones are having tissue in them, then to just jump to the fact of we know dinosaurs are 67 million years old. So therefore, we have to figure out how this lasted that long. Maybe she's shown that. Has anybody ever seen evidence of that? I would like to see that. Or come talk to me in the after show. If you think that we have now shown that iron can... how would you show that? How could you prove that iron preserves blood cells for approximately 67,950,000 years more than we previously thought? That doesn't seem correct, right? Doesn't seem correct to me. Just reading some other articles. Soft tissue vessels and cellular preservation. So is this her article here? Mary Schweitzer. So this is her article written in, I don't see a date here. Soft tissues are preserved within hind limb elements of the Tyrannosaurus rex. Removal of the mineral phase reveals transparent, flexible, hollow blood vessels containing small, round microstructures that can be expressed from the vessels into solution. Some regions of the demineralized bone matrix are highly fibrous, and the matrix possesses elasticity and resilience. 3 populations of microstructures have cell-like morphology. Thus, some dinosaurian soft tissues may retain some of their original flexibility, elasticity, and resilience. So, but that then stops the clock of the half-life? Guess I'm a little bit confused on that one. Because that's what she's basically saying. If 3 populations of microstructures have thus some dinosaurian soft tissues, may retain some of the original flexibility, elasticity. Okay, so now we are to believe that we do. So if we go back and check now, all dinosaur bones then should have tissue to them and have cells, even though they don't last that long. But now we've upthrown that science by a factor of many, because I don't think there was belief in that before. So gender specific towards the quantity. Oh, this is her article down here. You have to scroll down here. So I thought that was one of the weird things about dating. I have a couple other that I had ChatGPT look up if there was evidence of dating issues with carbon, and it basically says that it's not even an exact science, that it's highly dependent on how it was stored, right, or how it was kept, whether there was any leakage. So, for instance, if you have ashes in the underground and then you have some sort of chemical fertilizer that you're putting over the ground, that's going to get into the ashes and become problems when you try and date the ashes later. Are you dating just the ash and the carbon there, or has carbon been added to the sample due to it being fertilized? That's an example. But those are issues, and it does seem to be something that happens quite often. And usually they'll have like multiple people do it, multiple labs do it, and then they come to a consensus. But again, am I going to believe in Stonehenge based simply on only, because that means there's no writing, there's no paperwork, there's no stories of anything being told for all that time? You're talking 2,500 years before the year 0 that there's no mention of Stonehenge. Yet we're told that that's when it came up. So to me, this is why it's interesting. There's still questions here. I'm not willing to go either way. I'm certainly not going to say that Stonehenge is fake or a hoax like I did before. That was my mistake, making it too easy, just looking at it and saying, hey, look, they reconstructed it in the 50s and therefore it's fake. No, I think there's a good amount of evidence, especially going 1700, 1800, even 1600, of Stonehenge existing, of it being where it's at, but there really being nothing before that other than the 1100, there's still writings in the 1415s, but no recollection of how it got there. No recollection of who built it. It's just like we stumbled upon it But also, now if we look at it, doesn't it look like those people who built that are trying to tell us something? Why else would you bring rock that you didn't need to do? Right? So let's say that we all thought that something was going to happen next week. We're told there's going to be a catastrophe and the world might be wiped out, right? Oh, there's an asteroid coming. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't have time to get up there. You better hide in tunnels and get underground. Let's pretend that happened. Then if we were going to build something, if we all said, we got to build something for the people that are left or the people that come in the future, that they know that we were here and that, we would need to build something that would cause them to have to look into it. So one of the things you could do is if you went somewhere far to bring items to one place, that it would tell the people in the future, wait a second, how could they get these rocks to build this area if the rocks are some thousands of miles away? Then they would start to have to ask the question, did these people have vehicles that were they able to travel? And the answer would be yes, we do have vehicles. We can move things across the country in a truck or whatever, or in a plane. We've seen what they put on a plane. So that is a way that you would communicate that. However, we also have writing, something that they didn't even carve anything in those stones. There's nothing carved. There's no writings. There's no anything. So I find it very interesting. I find Stonehenge to be vastly important because of its significance as far as whether or not we are a primary civilization, whether we're secondary, meaning was there a group before us? Are we being held back in some way of knowledge? Again, that's a very big question right now as to did people in the past have a higher knowledge than we have now? I don't know. Not according to historical sources that, people first popped up, 100,000 years ago or whatever, and that we've just been slowly growing in knowledge since then, or in our abilities. But I guess the same thing would be true and said of the pyramids. But I think the mainstream belief is that it's done by slaves, right? And that they build these blocks and they had to bring them up the river. It's kind of the same thing, but I think the pyramids were well after this one. So this is still before that. So I think it is more important. Just reading a couple more things here. Okay, let me go back to this. So this line, very important. Again, there was no such thing in Britain before the Romans arrived here as that which we now call Stonehenge. What credit else could Tacitus expect to gain in affirming the Britons were taught and instructed in the liberal sciences by the Romans, if those arts acknowledged to be practiced amongst the Britons before? So what he's saying is, Tacitus is saying that when the Romans came and took over Britain, which would be, I'm going to keep getting that year wrong. Romans take over Britain. I want to say it's 50, 80, 70, I don't know, something like that. The Roman invasion of Britain began in earnest in 43 AD. Okay, so again, if the Romans came over in 43 AD and then they have stories of them teaching Britain all of these things, all these arts. And what he's saying is, why would that be important if the Britons already knew the arts and already knew astronomy and already knew how to build things? And they're saying they didn't even have clothes when they found them in Now, here's another thing. Is it a case of Romans who destroyed the world and erased history? Right? So imagine you're the Romans, you start gaining some political power, you start gaining some military power, and you start taking out people, and then in doing so, you erase their history. So that you can then tell your own story, which again, this is why we have the history of the Jews by all these. They seem to have written their own version of history. And going forward, what else can we believe as people? Remember, the victors write history. So if Romans won these wars, which they did, they took over, Britain, and then they tell the story that Britain was a bunch of naked people. I think they even say it, maybe it's here, that they say they didn't even have clothes on. Why would they be told that the sciences were taught by the Romans if the arts acknowledged to be practiced amongst the Britons before? What need to have told us? The Romans made them skillful in erecting sumptuous palaces, stately porticos, and public places. If the inhabitants here accustomed to enjoy such noble buildings before the Romans' arrival in this land, why tell succeeding ages, when gentle persuasions not prevail, to make the Britons innovate and admit of sacred structures to whatever deities Agricola compelled them to found magnificent temples and to assist therein, if this antiquity, Stonehenge, extant before those times. Why also should the Britons look upon the temple erected by the Romans at Camaladorum, whatever that is, in honor of Caladius, sacred memory, as an altar of perpetual domination over them, if been used to such structures before? Yea, such an eyesore the Britons accounted it as the temple was one of the principal causes which gave birth to that fatal insurrection under Boadicea. Neither would Tacitus have magnified the... Now, the way he's talking here is, I think, not one like I think. I think in ways of, well, would have Rome tried to fool the people by telling the story in their histories, oh, the Britons were such terrible people, and that they were barbarous, and they ate each other, and they had human sacrifice, and we came and we fixed everything and taught them how to wear clothes and be good people. Neither would Tacitus have magnified the introducing of the customs amongst them as admirable policy in Agricola, and the true and only rule to bring them from their rude and dispersed manner of living. Right. Preceding the time of the... So it says, and dispersed manner of living to civility, if the Britons attained such discipline before. So again, he's talking like, well, why would they come and they pretend that they taught them these things if they already knew those things? Well, if you're trying to erase their history, you would do that, right? That's what better way? If history is written by the winners, then the winners would go into towns that they destroyed, and they would write the history of that place. And so, what better to say about Britain than, oh, these guys were just naked, and we taught them everything they know. We taught them how to build buildings and be nice. For any knowledge of the excellency of architecture preceding the time of the Romans' government here, know for what saith Camden, it was the brightest and the most glorious empire, which chased away all savage barbarism from the Britons' minds, like as other nations whom it had subdued. So again, we have a common thread here. We have Rome taking over other countries and then saying that they are the ones who subdued them and taught them the right ways. But how easy would that be to tell if you destroyed other nations and wanted to make them look bad and wanted people to look up to you? Right? If I go take over some city, knock them all dead, there's a couple people left. Well, I want to tell the story that, like, I don't want to tell the story, those guys were great and we took them out. It'd be better if I say those people over there, that town, they were eating each other. They were sacrificing babies. So I went over there, destroyed them, and then I reintroduced the right way to live to those people, and now they're great people. So that's an excellent way to get people in the future to look at me in a positive light and them in a negative light. They're lower than me. I had to teach them all the good things in life. They were just eating each other before. So I wouldn't be surprised if Rome did that. Furthermore, in the time of Agricola, Britain was fully discovered. The Romans had circumnavigated it and knew for certain it was an island, formerly doubted of till this time. Yea, there was not a port, as I may so say, a bay, a mountain, a valley, a hill, a plain, a wood, a forest, either any custom, rite, ceremony, or whatever else belonging to the knowledge of the country, or manners of the people. But the Romans were then as were acquainted with, especially in that part of the island now called England, as at this day the inhabitants themselves are. Nevertheless, what mention soever is made by their historians concerning other matters of the Britons, not one word is to be found of this antiquity, or any building of this kind in use amongst them. But because some curiously learned have desired what to be spoken, for their better satisfaction touching this particularly, I have been too prolix? What the hell is that? I have been too prolix, but I don't know what that means. In a word, therefore, let it suffice. Stonehenge was no work of the Druids or of the ancient Britons, the learning of the Druids consisting more of a contemplation than practice, and the ancient Britons accounting it as their chiefest glory to be the wholly ignorant in whatever arts, neither could it otherwise, seeing their life so uncivil, so rude, so full of wars, and consequently void of all literature. I wonder if... I just wonder what now... I mean, is this guy straight out of Rome? It's just funny, because it's like exactly what you would expect. What the hell is his name? Indigo Jones. I just want to see what it says about him. Who... Or was he... It's just like the Greek, right? The Greek is the same thing. The Greeks was under the Romans, so we don't really have any Greek stories that aren't Roman procured either. Indigo Jones was an English architect who was the first significant architect in England in the early modern era and the first to employ Vitruvian rules of proportion and symmetry in his buildings. So he was just English. Did he ever get, what do you call it? Was he ever, what do you call it when your religion changes? Oh, yeah. So I wanted to see if did he ever become a Christian? Just checking something here. Research while we're doing this. Indigo Jones worked for the King of Denmark, Christian IV, before his famous career in England. While Jones is known for his architectural work, not his religious affiliations, the search results mentioned he was a practicing Christian who was buried at the Church of St. Benet, which was the Welsh church of the City of London. So he was in England and was a Christian. Okay, just making sure. I just wanted to see what he was doing, who he was writing for. From Italy, he traveled to Denmark, where he worked as a Christian. Queen's House, Garden Company. Beyond, he was born in London, and little is known about his early years. Later, Welsh sources claim that the family was from Wales. He did not approach the architectural profession in the traditional way, namely either by rising up from a craft or through early exposure, although there is evidence that he obtained information that recorded Jones as an apprentice. Became a famous designer. Constance Jones' first recorded architectural design. April 1613, he was appointed position of the surveyors of the king's works, and shortly after embarked on a tour of Italy with the Earl of Arundel, destined to become one of the most important patrons in the history of English art. Jones was exposed to the architecture of Rome, Padua, Florence, Vicenza, Genoa, Venice. His surviving sketchbook shows his preoccupation with such artists as, don't know who those people are. He's also known to have met Vincenzo Scamozzi. At this time, he annotated copy of Pallato's, whatever that is. It demonstrates his close interest in classical architecture. So he seemed to be a pretty decent person to go to for, for his history. If he's writing about history, it doesn't seem to be a lot of. Let me see here. Jones' earliest surviving work between 1619 and 22. The Palace of Whitehall was built, a design derived from buildings and Palladio, to which a ceiling painted by Peter Paul Rubens was isn't that P.B. Herman? No, different person. Was added several years later. The Whitehall Palace was one of the several projects where Jones worked with his personal assistant and nephew. The Queen's Chapel seems to have built 1623, 1627. So I wonder what his other books were. I want to see if there's a general theme. List of architectural works. No, I want books. Books. List of architects. What about works of legacy, later life, political, civil life? He had to write other things. He couldn't just write one thing. St. Stephen's Chapel. I don't see anything about him writing anything. Jones was an influence on a number of 18th century architects, notably, these people. The bridge. Oh, wait, what is this? And he said he was responsible for the Masonic. What do we got here? A bridge in North Wales built in 1636 and named Pont Fawr is also known locally as Pont Inigo Jones. Inigo Jones Bridge. R.F. Gould said he was responsible for the Masonic Indigo Jones manuscript from around 1607, a document of the old charges of Freemasonry. All right, now I see I've got any more research to do. Damn it. I gotta look into this guy, Indigo Jones. The Indigo Jones manuscript is an ancient document titled The Ancient Constitution of the Free and Accepted Masons. Its creation is believed to have occurred around 1607, as mentioned on the title page, although some historians suggest a later date, 1655, due to doubts regarding Indigo Jones being its actual writer. The manuscript stands out due to its unique structure and content, comprising a collection of connected parchments that covers various facets of Masonry. Following the pattern of traditional books of charges from previous centuries, it delves into the liberal sciences, the history of the craft, and a series of obligations. A significant highlight includes an extensive section detailing Hiram O'Biff's involvement in Solomon's Temple. The manuscript's creation coincided with the 17th century power struggles in England between the Stuart monarchy and the Parliament. The manuscript begins with a preamble invoking divine blessings. The text then proceeds to chronicle the involvement of significant historical figures, including Hermes, King Nimrod, Abraham Solomon, Hiram of Tyre, emphasizing their roles of promoting Masonry's evolution and dissemination across different civilizations. A distinctive section of the manuscript involves an exchange between Solomon and Hiram. I did not know that he wrote this. The Indigo Jones manuscript stands as a testament of the historical evolution of cultural diffusion of Masonry. Its narratives, obligations, and charges provide a glimpse into the moral and ethical principles upheld by Freemasons during the 17th century, contributing to a tapestry of Masonic tradition. This analysis only scratches the surface of Indigo Jones' manuscript depth and influence of the Masonic circles, inviting further call. So why doesn't it list any books? So weird. Usually at the end of Wikipedia, it'll say like somebody's works, and it only says here his works in Go back here. Legacy. It's under legacy that he wrote that document. And then it says list of architectural works. Design for this, design new extension to Queen House, design for the Star Chamber, gateway at Oatlands Palace, gateway at Andrell House. So he must have wrote other books. Let me just search real quick. Inigo Jones books. Couldn't be just one. Was it English? Yeah, I want to know what books he wrote. There's an English architect. Yes, I know that. What are some books about? No, not about. Inigo Jones books. Midnight Library books. No, I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. I want a list of his books. Oh. Let me ask ChatGPT, see what it can do. Can you find me the list of books written by Inigo? Doesn't seem like it's spelled right. I-N-I-G-O. Yep, Jones. Oops. I put Joan. He'll get it. You'll get it. Let's see if he even mentions the... Okay, here are some of the main books and works associated with Inigo Jones, 1573-1652. No, he was primarily an architect and designer rather than a prolific author, so many books are collections of his designs or later publications of his work rather than his books he wrote in a modern sense. Yeah, but he wrote the book on Stonehenge, so that better be in here. So it says, the designs of Inigo Jones, consisting of plans and elevations for public and private buildings, published London in 1727. I asked for books written by him. Not that. A compilation of his architectural drawings. The most notable antiquity of Great Britain, vulgarly called Stonehenge, and Salisbury Plain by Inigo Jones. A vindication of Stonehenge restored, in which the orders and rules of architecture observed by the ancient Romans are discussed, by Inigo Jones. That is all the books I can find written by... What? So weird. That's all he wrote? What is a vindication of Stonehenge restored, though? So he wrote 2 books about Stonehenge. Let me find this one. I do have an Internet Archive version of it. Oh, it's the actual book. Wow. So this one's called A Vindication of Stonehenge Restored, in which the orders and rules of architecture observed by the ancient Romans are discussed, together with the customs and manners of several nations of the world in matters of building of the greatest antiquity, and also a historical narration of the most memorable actions of the Danes of England. What? This says by John Webb. To this most sacred majesty of Charles II. Why would he put this as... Jones has nothing to do with this. Such a deal panel. Stonehenge, a Roman work and temple. So what the hell? There's a book that says Stonehenge is a Roman work? Having, when Quaria Gigantum came up to the site of the manuscript. Yeah, see, there's a lot more to look into here now. So there is a book written in, what year is this? Hold on, I want to see what year this is. Do we have a year? MDCCXXV. 1005, 6, 7, 25, 1725? 5, 15, 17. 1725, I guess. A vindication of Stonehenge restored, in which the orders and rules of architecture observed by the ancient Romans are discussed, by John Webb in the country of Somerset, 2nd edition, London. So this is after Indigo, and he's claiming Stonehenge, a Roman work and temple. So weird, because when you're looking, I mean, it's so funny how, like, even, I'm sure you guys have seen on ChatGPT, it'll, like, steer you in different directions, and you can ask it for things, and it will say, like, oh, it doesn't exist, and then you find it yourself. You're like, thanks. I'll just tell it all the time, like, hey, you told me this doesn't exist, I found it. Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, well, there's that paper. I mean, sure. Oh, yeah, there is some books that say that it's a Roman work. Yeah, this one. When you've already said there isn't. I'm just trying to read this real quick and seeing if there's anything important. The Egyptians who... Oh, sorry, you're not seeing this. Let me move this over here. This is it's very hard to read. Extremely hard to read. It's very, very small. Let me get it zoomed in a little bit. The Egyptians who thought on many centuries of years, they limited the ancient custom in their pyramids, obelisks, and the like, with hieroglyphical engravements, yet nevertheless having attained at length to the perfection of learning and full knowledge in the arts and sciences, introduced a new and strange kind of monumental magnificence, and of all that ever were, the most noble, in my opinion, and magical. When the father of the family was dead, his relations embalmed his corpse, and after 70 days, having the salt and whatever spices and other drugs totally consumed and dried up the something so that nothing but skin and bone was left, carried it forth with all funeral pomp, and at the length returned it into a gallery of a vast length, purposely made of the same end, and therein the pedestal, formerly... God, I hate reading all this with the stupid F's and S's. The Romans, who... I was just trying to see if he's just straight out say that it's a creation of them. Do they have any evidence of that, or is he just... which reign may be? Let me just look at the chapters real quick, and I'll be done with this. I'm going to read this again. Stonehenge, a Roman work and temple. Your architect conceived Stonehenge to be a temple dedicated to the gods, when sovereignty through the idol deities spared no time, no labor, no craft to make sacred structures famous. Your physician dreameth in a place for election of kings, when all your just and rightful predecessors of what race and stock forever since Britain known have held dominion over his island, but unique, unquestionable, and indoubtable right of succession, in no age by popular tumultuary clamor. It's probable your majesty will apprehend I have bestowed too much study in returning an answer. Whereupon, in the greatest humility, I submit, but seeing kings bear by other ears, and that is worse than sacrilege, to possess them with anything, saving what's true and just, I have that, your majesty, may be truly informed, been the more diligent and to consult and most authentic authors. Come on, next page. Authors. What's going on here? Scroll up. Authors that in a scrutiny of this nature ought to be confused with, by which sedulity, although many things of architecture and hither depending thereon, many memorials of renown and rights relating to them, though not new unto your majesty, will under your most auspicious government be made new unto your people. The blessing of God that gives the blessings of down abundantly, beatitude, infinity, and blessed your majesty. And I thought he was going to say that he had some evidence of this Roman work, but I don't know where he says that. Augustus Caesar will be forever glorious for leaving Rome, a city of marble, which he found ignobly built. Titus, Trajan, Adrian are externized for practicing all liberal sciences. Henry de Grand, your maternal grandfather, placed the Patel's his own hand, and your majesty without doubt will be no less glorious to the future ages for your delight in architecture, esteem of arts, and knowing the design, which must be confessed so great as no prince now living understands a dawning more knowingly, not of architecture civil only, but that of which conduceth best to make your empire boundless, and to your fame immortal, military and maritime. This I will deliver to your simplicity of truth and experience in your majesty's royal encouragement. Being preferred to deal. So I do think, oh wait, here, Stonehenge restored. Stonehenge restored, having lately received some opposition, appeals, great sir, to your sacred throne for justice. The parties interfed, are the ancient Romans and the Danes of old. Their advocates, your late architect general and one of your own doctors in physics, the witnesses, architecture examples, precepts, and what transcends all your majesty's knowledge to the antiquity by an ocular view, which out of your royal affection to the works of that kind, you deigned to adventure to look upon with far, far more peril than Alexander the Great underwent in traveling to remote Libya, to behold the oracle of Jupiter Chamon there. Your architect conceived Stonehenge to be a temple dedicated to the gods. When sovereignty, wow. Your architect will apprehend I have bestowed too much. This gives me a whole new area to look into. I'm going to keep looking at this. So I'm just going to write this down real quick so I can make sure I don't forget to do this. Because that is a book I did not know existed. And here's the title. Come on. Thank you. Stonehenge. And a Roman work and temple. Okay, I'll read that. I mean, that's, I've never even heard before anybody even put that out there that it's a Rome invention. But now I have. Save that and put it over here as well. Okay. Oops. I didn't mean to delete it. Okay, let me finish up. I know I went too far on this stuff, but I got to get over to my notes real quick. Okay, good. We have that now. And my notes, what I have left here for you. So, I lost it. 1 second. Here we go. Oh, I was looking at that drawing from 1440. It's just there's a drawing from 1440 that shows the 4 pylons with the top piece. It's but it shows them all up. It doesn't show any on the ground. So, and where is this here? Okay. So, we did talk about the fact that it's one of the most famous and misunderstood, in my mind, monuments on the earth because it's got no good answer. It just has the answer that suffices the kind of, history that we're told. So they say it's 5,000 years old, built in 3000 BC by mysterious Neolithic builders. But is that based on any solid evidence? Is there some sort of, are we just accepting stories, not facts? Let's dive in. Again, it's hard to find facts about history, right? So you can believe what you want until the evidence gets in the ring. I do believe that. I don't mind if people speculate and say things like I've said tonight. But again, we want to come back. If somebody wants to refute that, then you have to bring evidence and not just tell me what you were told or what you think, because I can go find that. I can go read a physics book or a history book if I want to. How I used to be driven by belief and how I thought I knew the earth was flat. Obviously, we went through that. My curiosity, humility, yeah. So I no longer think that my previous study methods were good. Am I still held back by them? Possibly, yes. Because I just don't like the idea of taking what somebody tells me, unless it comes with sufficient evidence. So now, as far as the earth being a sphere, I wasn't taking what anybody had to say about that because I didn't think it was good evidence. Now that I've seen the evidence for myself, there is no question. And that's a much better belief than if I ever believed in the sphere Earth simply because I was told it, right? Now I've seen it. Now I understand it. Now I grasp it. Now I can teach it. That's so much better than, oh, I heard the Earth's a globe in school and you're dumb if you don't listen to what your teachers say. No, well, you should have some reason why you know that other than, well, pilots say so. I don't have a problem, again, if you question the official version of things, but you have to stay grounded in facts and evidence. So what I've tried to do tonight with this idea is that Stonehenge is not backed by the evidence that you would expect for it to be a foregone conclusion that something is 3,000 years old or 5,000 years old. What seems to be the case is that since its date's been set, that now everything must fit into that box, even when it doesn't make any sense to anybody else. Everyone has forgotten to think about the things that are being said and just agrees because science has said, based on the half-life of carbon-14, that they can date the rocks that are there. They know when the rocks were put there. Well, I don't know about that. Don't think so. You can question, oh yeah, I did that. This isn't about debunking history, right? I was making a point to say that I want to ask questions like, does evidence hold up, right? That's what I didn't do when I pushed flat earth. I believed harder than I studied. So if I would have done this method of research and saying, okay, so is there ample evidence that the earth is a sphere? Let's go look at that evidence. Well, I didn't do that. I was looking at evidence that the earth was flat. So I was looking for that evidence, and then anything that the sphere that I could defeat the sphere with, I would use. Oh, this is what they do now, right? They try and say that the globe isn't true. They try and find all the problems with the globe, but they're not trying to prove that the earth is flat because they wouldn't be able to do so. And if they would look instead at, let's look at the evidence of the sphere Earth and actually follow it through, like I knew right from the very beginning, oh, a 24-hour sun in the south is evidence of a globe. So what did I do? Ignored that topic for 10 years. Danced around it. Tried to find anything I could wrong with every single video of it. Oh, this one loops, therefore it's fake. Well, it loops, therefore it's looped. Wouldn't necessarily say, therefore it's fake. So my problem is that I went in with a preconceived notion. Now you might be saying, well, do you have a preconceived notion about, yeah, well, in the past I've said that I thought that Stonehenge was fake, but I didn't want to go into this time thinking I think Stonehenge is fake. So I went in with an open mind as to, let's find out who built Stonehenge based on the years that what I quickly ran into is that there's a narrative of when Stonehenge was built, but all the evidence that I can find is simply that's what our dating says. Well, what is the dating based off of? Well, things found in the ground. Okay, but things in the ground are not things, again, search under my house. If you find an ancient piece of copper that was fashioned into a tool and you go and, whatever, and you find I guess you can't date copper either. Let's say you find something organic, a piece of leaf or a tree or whatever they find. That's not evidence of what is above it. So again, you could just assume it is, but if that was put there later, and then again, they can show that they say that there was evidence of people living there before the stones were built. So then how is digging up the ground evidence of when the stones were built? Doesn't seem to make sense to me. Again, that's why I question that. So it's not about debunking history. It's simply about, I want to make sure that things make sense to me. And I think this is a major deal because if they did erase some history, for instance, let's say the Britons did create it and they had a story and they knew exactly how it was built and what its purpose was, but then the Romans came in and destroyed everybody, then they could tell whatever story they want. And that story might be so ridiculous that now people just believe it because our dating got there. So I don't know. To me, I don't like that idea. So I think we need to put on our learnings hat more than we put on our belief hats. Or I was told this and therefore it's right. Okay, you can think that, but it's not a very good reason for believing things. Right? If something is scientific, if something is truthful and factual, then the evidence should lead you there. So there should be no question, there should be no problem with questioning those things and seeing where it leads you, as it should lead you right back to the truth, if that's the case. So, and I'm not saying anything crazy. People think I'm, it's not like saying, oh, the earth is flat. I'm just asking a sane question. Could Stonehenge be either older or younger than what we're told? And the simple answer to that is yes. To say no, you have to then say, well, yeah, there doesn't matter what writings were about it. It doesn't matter how they said a guy, or all that matters is that our carbon-14 half-life dating system told us when it was built. And no other amount of evidence will ever throw me from that, even though I've never touched a machine or know anything about how it's done, or I've never done it, never seen it done. That's what you're saying. Again, I'm not saying you have to do everything yourself, but you would think things would match. Oh, this carbon dating tells us when this was, and it matches the things around it. But this does not, right? It does not. We don't have evidence 3000 BC of people having the kind of abilities to do what is said to have been done. In fact, we don't have the abilities today to have people drag those rocks and put them on top of each other. So what the hell's going on? That's my question. That's why I think it's important. I don't think you can carbon date stone. I think everybody knows that, right? You date what's near it. So it's not evidence of, well, I guess it's evidence. It's not proof. So organic material that they found dated to 3000 BC, and people were there then. Great, but it's not proof of when the stones went up. There's 0 writings that mention Stonehenge before 1136 AD. That's 3,000 years. No, it's 4,000 years of complete and total silence. And I think that's okay to question that. 4,000 years, not one person wrote it down at all. Not any of the people, the libraries of Alexandria, all the knowledge in the world is in the libraries, and all the head librarians and Anaximander and Eratosthenes and all these guys. Nobody wrote about Stonehenge. Not one mention. So we have the Romans, the Greeks, the monks, the travelers. They all wrote about Britain, but they didn't write about the giant alien rock circle. Not Rome, not Greeks, not the monks, not travelers, nobody. Not Marco Polo. Major structural pieces of Stonehenge were rebuilt in the 1900s. We know that, using cranes and concrete and sophisticated tools, measuring devices to get it lined up perfectly. Was it lined up perfectly before? Was it even lined up at all? For all we know, it was a stone burial circle that had nothing to do with the rising and setting sun, believe it or not. It's not even exact because remember, they're using a horizon that's above the regular horizon. So the actual rising and setting of the suns are different places, slightly, by like a good degree or even more, 2 degrees. But they can say it's astronomically aligned perfectly. Okay. I believe it. Modern models use an interpretation, not direct proof, to place stone erection in 3000 to 2500 BC. The dating is based on calibration models and assumptions that have been wrong before. Example, and this is a bunch of examples: the Shroud of Turin, old wood heirs, multiple differences between various bodies. Summary punch: they dated the bones, not the stones. So when they say they date bones, but they're dating the carbon material. Okay, just making sure. Just thinking, why can't you? So that's the material, the same thing from the diet. Okay, got it. So you've seen the shots of Stonehenge. I showed you those pictures. That was on my list. The photos. Oh, I didn't show you the photos of the dated materials, but they're just antler picks and charcoal. The Geoffrey of Mammoth, we read that. He was the one who wrote the book and also mentioned the past and how Marlin bring them over. Radiocarbon dating lab reports showing organic sampling only. Right, we saw that. I was going to highlight the fact of that guy saying that most of Stonehenge was re-erected. Do I have that? I wanted to say that, but I don't remember what book that was. I think it was over here. Let me get rid of this. Don't need dinosaurs on there anymore. This one. We find nope. Maybe this one. Might be here. Let me see if I've got it. Where is it? The ancient no. Anyway, I don't remember the guy's name, but he's one of the longtime archaeologists involved. But basically, he just said you can find it. He said that there's no rock that has been untouched, no rock that has not been reconfigured, whatever they call it. And again, to me, I just find it weird that we didn't learn about that. It's just something you should tell people so that they don't get to a certain place and go, what? It's all been replaced. It's all been put cement down and it's all held together now, but you didn't do the whole thing. If you're going to do that, I would say do the whole thing. If you're going to go there with cranes and concrete, then I want the whole circle done. I don't want you to just put up a couple and leave some on the ground and make it look ancient, because then you're lying to people. I'm sure if you ask your children that are in school, high school, junior high, say, have you ever heard about Stonehenge? They'll say yes, and then say, have you ever seen it? Yeah. So what do you think about all that ancient rock and stuff? There's no way that they say to you, well, it's not really, it's been restored. No way, because schools don't teach that. And if you think if you're okay with that, you're weird. You're very weird. Stonehenge's tale gets weirder as Orkney is ruled out as the ultra store origin. Yeah, they found the origin now. It came from Scotland, right? Or Ireland. Scotland, Ireland, whatever one. Ireland. I was trying to find the mention of telling the story before records began. I can't remember where that page is. Anyway, his name is something. I'm just not. Oh, it's not that. No, that was a different guy. Stonehenge Ice is the bluestone myth based on. Let me try this one. Is this it? What is that guy's name? I don't remember. You'll find a lot of stuff online if you're looking about this guy H.H. Thomas, who's the one who originally gave the location of the Preseli Mountains or the Preseli area where they got these rocks from. And now they've gone back and tried to find his samples to match them. And like half of his samples are missing. And the two that they found do not match the rocks there. So, I mean, there's going to be more coming out about this. That's why I keep your ears on it, because it now appears that maybe those bluestones are not from Preseli. At least it looks like it's bad science. There's articles here written called The Two Great Scientific Hoaxes, Piltdown Skull and Bluestone Quarry. So pretty crazy there that they're saying now that one of the hoaxes, and by the way, both those took place at the same time, right? So it is a time period early 1900s when Darwin had just started putting his information out there. Piltdown Man became a hoax. So is the Bluestone Quarry coming from the place that it said? Is it just another one of those? And see here, whether H.H. Thomas deliberately cooked the books when it came to his original stunning revelations about the link between Stonehenge and Preseli. Increasingly, I think that he did distort and select his evidence in order to prove his point. For example, we still don't know how many samples he took, since many of them are missing, and we do not know how many inconvenient stones he chose simply not to report on. It's a problem. It's a problem. So it was Herbert Thomas who speculated on a Preseli origin for the Stonehenge bluestones in 1908, and then went on to propose in his famous 1921 lecture that the bluestones were identical to the rocks cropping out within one small area around Carn Meany. And since then, that's not been the case. They went and tried to do it again. They cannot find some of his samples that he reported they were like perfect matches, but now we can't find those samples. And then there's like 2 samples that were kind of iffy, and when you go and match those, they don't match anymore. So now that's even questions as to where those rocks came from. Thomas knew that his sampled stones could not all have come from one quarry because of the petrographic differences which his work revealed. There were at least 7 different rock types, so the heterogeneity of the bluestones had to be explained. He did this by proposing that the stones were erratics gathered together in one small area, possibly around a certain place, and utilized there in an earlier or simpler version of Stonehenge. Yeah, questionable. All right, let's see if that was my last thing here, and we'll go over to the after show. I'm sure people have things they want to voice. You can be in the chat. You don't have to come on the panel, or you can come on the panel and tell me what you think. If you believe in carbon dating to the point that you're, even when things don't match necessarily with the people that we think are at that time or what they're capable of, because really evidence should expose things. So what that should do, if we date it to 3000 BC, then we should get back there and realize that in 3000 BC, they had much better technology than we think now, and we should be able to find evidence of that, but there is none. 0. So that should lead you to say, then our dating is probably wrong. Something is not placed in the middle of time that has no... It'd be like finding out that, there's the Burj Khalifa. We go and we want to figure out when that was built, so we dug underneath it and found out it's 3000 BC. And then everybody just believes that. Well, what do you mean? There's no buildings being built in 3000 BC. Well, our dating system says it is. Yeah, but there's no buildings. They didn't know how to use metal. So how is it? You get my point? That's an exaggeration, obviously, but it's the same idea. We should be able to ask the question of saying, well, the dating must be wrong because there's no evidence of people in Britain knowing any of that stuff. How to move rocks, how to stack rocks, how to look at the astronomical things in the sky, how to chronicle dates and times, how to create a calendar. They didn't know any of those things. You know who did, though? Rome. Rome did. So, just trying to see here. Just given 2 of them particular motions of date and builders. So, yeah, that's good there. I will be done with that. The answer to neglect one of the offer might be the first to Stonehenge stood so eminent by the isolation of the plane, and second, some degree of veneration. Man. Okay. And it was definitely a sacred spot for some reason. And we do have evidence that it was maybe a healing place, or that people thought it was, because there's many an injured person, a legless person, or somebody who had diseases who would be there, and they might be there for healing. Okay, we talked about that. We did the map. This is what did Romans think? Yeah, we saw that. So the Romans never mentioned Stonehenge at all. And they usually go into places and they mention things that they took over and found or whatever exposed. But they didn't do it here. They never mentioned it, which is weird. If it was there and they had all knew about it, they would know that they need to mention it or say something because it's going to get found out and then people are going to start asking questions. So did they come up with this idea of saying, well, it is there, but we'll just kill everybody who was there, steal that knowledge, hide it, and when people ask, we'll just be like, wait, none of it was there. We had no idea, which is kind of what they do. And this is, I thought I had one in here. Hold on one second. I have one more. Is it here? I've got a highlight that I wanted to read. I don't remember which page it's on. This one. Man, I wonder if my highlights are not coming over. That's probably what's going on. Most of them finally now Stonehenge built. Stonehenge. Yeah, I had some. What is this? Hold on, I want to look at this article. Why is it on UFOs-aliens.uos COUK? I didn't know. What is this? Why did I save this? There was later roaring horse from 4 or 5 black unmarked. Oh, this is about when I was looking at that place. What did I say the name of it was? The name of that city that was next to Stonehenge that you got kicked out of. But I'm just reading this person went there and it says traffic light change. No, that's something else. Following articles written. Nope. Okay, I thought that was in here, but it's not. This is the STS-75 tether incident, a huge Apollo hoax update. No, wrong site. Nope. Okay, good with that one. I think that's it. Stonehenge rebuilt. Did I open this? Oh. I'll just read this real quick because I did have this marked. Oh, I do have it highlighted here. Oh, that's right. Okay. So it says, for decades, the official Stonehenge guidebooks have been full of fascinating facts and figures and theories surrounding the world's greatest prehistoric monument. What the glossy brochures do not mention, however, is that the systematic rebuilding of the 4,000-year-old stone circle throughout the 20th century, the restoration has been kept elusive, and a large percentage of vacationers sitting in their hotels in London planning a trip to the monument have no idea that what they're getting is not the full story. This is one of the dark secrets of history archaeologists don't want to talk about. The day they had the builders in at Stonehenge to recreate the most famous ancient monument in Britain as they thought it ought to look. This picture shows workers on the site in 1901 in a restoration which caused outrage at the time, but which is rarely referred to in official guidebooks. For it means that Stonehenge, the jewel in the crown of Britain's heritage industry, is not all that it seems. Much of what the ancient site's millions of visitors see is, in fact, less than 50 years old. I don't know if I go that far, and it's not like they brought new things in. It seems like they took what was there and redid it. But again, was it there? Was it correctly lined up? No, it didn't necessarily. We don't know that. From 1901 to 1964, the majority of the stone circle was restored in a series of makeovers which have left it, in the words of one archaeologist, a product of the 20th century heritage industry. But the information is markedly absent from the guidebooks and info phones used by tourists at the site. Coming in the wake of the news that a nearby Avebury stone circle was almost totally rebuilt in 1920, the revelation about Stonehenge has caused embarrassment among archaeologists. English Heritage, the guardian of the monument, is to write the official guide, which dismisses the henge's recent history in a few words. Dave Batchelor, English Heritage's senior archaeologist, said he would personally rewrite the official guide. The detail was dropped in the 60s, he admitted, but times have changed, and we now believe it's an important part of Stonehenge story and must be told. So there you go. The head archaeologist and said that he would personally rewrite the official guide, and then quotes as him saying the detail was dropped in the 60s. So they just wanted to not tell people that it was redone. But he says, but time is told that we need to tell people the truth now. 1 million visitors a year are awestruck as they look back in time at another age and marvel at the primitive technology and muscle power, which must have been employed transporting the huge monoliths and raising them on the Salisbury Plain. They grasp as they are told about this strangely spiritual site, mankind's first computer, its standing stones, precise lintels lining up magically and mysteriously with the heavens above and the solstice suns. But now, as if to head off a potential great archaeological controversy, the following interest displayed by historical researcher Brian Edwards and a local newspaper, the brochures will be rewritten to include the forgotten years, the years which with teams of navvies, don't even know what that is, sat aboard the greatest cranes in the British Empire to hoist stones upright, drag leaning trilithons into position, replace fallen lintels by which sat atop the huge sarsens. As Mr. Edwards, the erstwhile infant terrible of British archaeology, following revelations that nearby Avebury was a total of 20 or 30s rebuild by Marmalade millionaire Alexander Keeler, says what we have been looking at is a 20th century landscape. What we've been looking at is a 20th century landscape, which is reminiscent of what Stonehenge might have been like thousands of years ago. It has been created by the heritage industry and is not the creation of prehistoric people. What we saw at the millennium is less than 50 years old. Okay. In archaeological terms, the rewriting of the guidebooks is dynamite. English Heritage run the Stonehenge on behalf of the nation, and the English Heritage Insider revealed dark forces were at work in the 1970s when a decision was taken to drop the information about the restorations, and now that's about to change. The first restoration of Stonehenge was launched 100 years ago this year, and in 1901, as the builders went to work, the Times Letters columns was full of bucolic missives of complaints. But the first stage of restoration thundered ahead regardless of the style guru of the day, John Ruskin, who released the maxim that which was to outlive him, which is, restoration is a lie. I agree. I would not restore anything ancient. I think it's an embarrassment because, again, if it's ancient and that it's around, then we should celebrate it for that reason, not because you can recreate it and pretend it's ancient. So, 6 further stones were done in 1919 and 1920, 3 more in 1959, 4 more in 1964. And then there was also the excavation of the altar stone and a re-erection of the Trilithon in 1958. The guidebook Stonehenge and Neighboring Monuments and the audio tour of the Henge omit any comprehensive mention of the rebuilding in the 20th century. Why does John Constable's 1835 painting of the Henge on pages 18 and 19 look so vastly different from the latter-day pristine photograph across pages 28 and 29? Reason: a lot of restoration work has taken place in between the two images. And during long, hot summers, it would be possible, if one could get near the stones, to see the turf peeling back and reveal the concrete boots into which the majority of these stones are now set. A dead giveaway, but a difficult to spot since the proximity of Henge is limited. One wonders how an event as massive as the resurrection of a worldly monument, such as Stonehenge, went without a notice. Today, it's rare to stumble across any mention of the resurrection. People like having clear guidelines that are followed, like those at an online casino where there is no room for misunderstanding. If the reconstruction of Stonehenge was made clear to the public, it would only add to its historical value. I agree. But it's not made clear, it's hidden. So therefore you're like questioning it. Why would you do that? Our pictures clearly show the rebuilding in progress. Some of them were discovered by Mr. Chippendale. That's the guy's name I was thinking of, Chippendale. And were used in a revised edition of his book. Many of those have since been lost. Others were found by Mr. Edwards, who unearthed guidebooks from the time that Stonehenge was not ashamed of its past. The news is sensational, said Mr. Edwards. A decorative student, this is the guy I was talking about, Edwards, sorry. He said, a decorative student at the University of West England. Once I realized how much work had been carried out, I was amazed to discover that practically no one outside of the Henge knows of its reconstruction in the past 100 years. I've always thought that if people were bothering to make a trip to Stonehenge, from home or from abroad, at least they should expect it is a true story. And it is not. All right, that's probably that. Okay, what time is it? 10 o'clock. Wow, late. Super late. I think we should still do an after show. We'll start at 10:15. Just going to grab a water, take a PS, and then the link is up. Just go to the Jeranism channel, or if you go to t.me/Jeranism show, that's the notification channel. You can find it is in the last link. The one for this show, it shows also the after show link. And this one is done. Military prowess, expand the empire. Yes, we're that one. Just making sure I'm all done here with everything. Early excavations and survey. This is a picture from 1874. Looks like a mess. I mean, again, here's the 1874 image. Oops. Get up there. So that's the 1874 image that is the first time it was ever taken from a balloon or from a elevated site. But so that's before any of the restoration work was done. So they came in and they restored it, but it's still a mess. Like, if you're going to restore it, to me, why not just do the whole thing? Why not put it back exactly as you would expect it to be? Not recreate the pieces that are, I don't know, standing, and then you took some off the ground, but not all of them. It never made sense to me either. Who knows what they were doing over there? All right, and still so crazy about Indigo Jones. Just trying to see one thing here. I saw compass and rule. Architecture is mathematical practice in England, 1500 to 1750. Renaissance architecture spread not only through construction of prominent buildings, but also through the publication of illustrated treatises. These books taught how to design a new classical style. First English architect to shape his work and professional persona in this mold was Inigo Jones. Jones traveled to Italy for 2 long periods of observation, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to do a lot of research into this Inigo Jones, Mr. Freemason himself. So yeah, that's an interesting story. I'm going to add that to my list. Thank you. All right, we're done with that. We're down to 4 tabs. And this one is done. Yes, yes. Yes. Yes, we read that one. Yeah, we read that one. We did that one. We got that one. Just to show this, and this is what I was talking about at first. When I found this, I was like, oh my God, I've never seen this before. And then I realized it's fake. But there's something called the SCP. And I was like, what is the SCP? And I went and looked at that. And if you look up SCP here, SCP. No, just give me SCP only. SCP. What's going on? It said SCP. Delete. Go. Yes, I found this. The SCP Foundation. It's like the SCP Foundation is a clandestine organization dedicated to containing dangerous and incomprehensible horrors. I'm like, what? Keeping them safely from the light of the day, but it's a fake. It's a fictional organization featured in stories created by contributors to the SCP Wiki. But you can go there and you'll find it. I mean, once I got here, I was like, what is all this stuff? And it was like, classified, unauthorized personnel will be tracked, located, and detained. Like, what the fuck is this site? But it's all fake. But anyway, they are talking about, of course, Stonehenge had to be lied about for all these reasons. I don't know how much truth there is on the site. Probably tiny, tiny bit. But mostly it's just satire. So that's the Stonehenge rebuilt. We did that one. Cosmic, we did that one. We did that one. Stonehenge, the Guardian. That was just a Guardian article. We finally Austin. We watched that. We watched that. And then we just have this other book I haven't read yet, The Vindication of Stonehenge Restored in the Orders of Architecture by John Webb, 1725. Hey, how about that? I got the date right. So cool. All right, we are heading out. We will see you in 15 minutes over on the Jeranism Show. You don't have to be there if you don't want. Get some sleep if you'd like. We will be back very soon. And that is it. We'll listen to the intro on the way out of here because I didn't play the intro like a loser. Like a loser. All right, here's the intro. Much love to you guys. We'll see you soon. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. If you have problems and want to come take it up with me, you can. But again, you really should be okay with people questioning things. It's not dangerous. It's okay. You'll get it. You'll be just fine. It's okay. Relax. Much love, guys. See you soon. Now, I remind you, please do your own research when you do. You'll never again believe you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky. You can. The lights in the sky tell you the shape of the earth you live on. Despite what Dave Weiss says, but we know now that Dave Weiss is una liar.
Welcome to interesting times. Welcome to interesting times. Welcome to interesting. Interesting.
Stop stressing, depression, your chest is congested. Such a blessing, confessing, interestingly digesting. Sandy Hook, Aurora, pulse, that club tricks, gun control, false flags, pushing politics. Thomas Crooks was on the roof, ready for the shot. Wait, how did he get up there without being caught? Shit.
January 6th was a psyop, CA actors all around. Gaslit on 9/11, how did Building 7 come down? Shout out to Stoneman, Douglas, another ruse. Fuck the MK Ultra asset impacting the coons. The Boston bombing finish line wasn't any fun. No, was that time Vegas at Rebellion 91. Nemile Paddock, had case you through the cat, San Bernardino black SUV, where the fuck you at? Morning attack, you waited 6 hours, and then you went back? Nah! Gabby Gifford was shot straight through the brain. Mark Kelly missed the surgery to fly the shuttle. Hustle lame Stonehenge, how'd you get the rock so high? With this crane, pretty ease, or what a lie. Shout out to Charlie and Ashley, baby, too. Sucks that your children have to grow up without you.
Welcome to interesting times. Welcome to interesting.